Greetings, everyone. Koku here. Want to hop on quick, as you know that I do. I like to come through at the start of the show and let everyone know what's in store for them tonight. So this is Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze episode of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I'm your host, Koku. Tonight, our 10 topics will be: should we lend money to our black friends? Is Dan Calloway winning the propaganda war for the identity of black Americans? We'll be discussing another L. The NAACP nominates an Asian woman. Another topic we'll discuss tonight is the injustices that not only happened to Emmett Till, but seemingly happened to his father as well. We're going to look at the question and look at the answers for the question when ADOS says they have the highest collective consciousness and more or less universally recognize the enemy. How much cap is that? We're going to talk about messaging in 2022. We're going to talk about something involving Dr. Umar Johnson. We're going to talk about Money 3.0. And we're going to actually ask a question: do black people drink too much? All right. So we're going to discuss all those things and maybe more right after we start up the show.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about black empowerment. Our show focuses on black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right. Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I see we have daily affirmations by Pauline in the chat saying good evening. Y'all say what's up to daily affirmations by Pauline. Make sure you guys check out daily affirmations by Pauline on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Her book is out now. You guys should definitely pick up a copy. It's a book on daily affirmation. So pick up the book as soon as you can. All right. I'm going to drop the link in a minute for anyone who wants to join the panel. I apologize for not being here last week. But of course, if you follow me on social media, Janelle is here as well. Good evening, Janelle. If you follow me on social media, you'll know that my internet was down last week.
Borrowing money from
parts of New York had snow last week, had a winter storm, and my internet was down for several hours, and it came back up like right around the time I should have been starting to shoot the breeze. But by that time, I hadn't been prepared for an episode, and so I didn't do the show last week. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have many people here tonight, because I've noticed that if you miss a beat a week, for example, with certain folks, they just stop showing up. So hopefully that's not the case, but we'll see. I just posted the first prompt for tonight. And I just posted the link for the panel, and anyone who wants to join the panel, there's the link in the chat. Just click it. You don't need any extra gear or anything of that nature. You don't have to download anything. You could just use the browser on your phone and all. And let's click that link on YouTube on your phone, and it will take you into the studio, and then I'll let you on if you want to join. So I already got a response from KW7 for this prompt. So the prompt is, should we lend money to our Black friends? And y'all say what's up to KW7, by the way. Mr. Untouchable is in the chat as well. I think he's trying to get on, but he's not connected or something. KW7 says, I only lend out what I can afford to lose. So that's his rule of thumb. That's pretty much my rule of thumb as well. But a lot of people don't have that kind of rule for themselves. So what we're going to do, this prompt came with a video. Let me just welcome Mr. Untouchable to the panel. Mr. Untouchable, how are you?
What's up, bro? We ready. We ready to roll.
All right. There's hold on. I gotta change the configuration or something, because you seem to be coming through the speakers. Okay. All right. So I think I got it fixed now.
Can you hear me better?
Yep. I got you. I can hear you.
Okay.
Just have to put my headphones on. So so let's watch the video that came along with this prompt.
Okay.
And then we'll discuss it. Let me share my screen with you guys. And here we go.
Borrowing money from a white coworker. Yo, Brian, you think you can lend me $20? I'll give it back to you on Friday.
Sure, I don't have any money on me, but we can go to the ATM.
All right, cool.
All right, cool. By the way, it's fucked up what they did to you guys.
What you doing?
Black lives do matter.
Borrowing money from an American coworker. Yo, Sean, I can borrow $20 till Friday or what?
Or what? You crazy? I got $10. You want $10? You want 10?
I'm giving it back Friday.
I got 10. You want it or no? You want it?
Give me the $10, yo.
And I want it back Friday.
Borrowing money from a Trinidadian coworker. Kelvin, you have $20 till Friday.
Damn, boy. Why you ask me? I no spend that $20. I have $4 left, you know.
Oh, all right, cool, no problem.
Fuck out of here. They want to borrow people money.
Borrowing money from a Guyanese coworker. Marlon, you got $20 till Friday?
You know something? It's better you give me your fucking social. Make a file for your mother's con. One $5 I give you last week.
That was $5, you know.
$5 you didn't have. Now you come back for 20. Me ain't got it.
Borrowing money from a Jamaican coworker. Yo, Devon, you think you got $20 till Friday?
Hombre, I gotta make you know this. Money no grow up on tree, dog. Before you take my money, no say you're gonna give me back my money Friday, you know, my you.
But suppose something come up.
That's none of my business. You say Friday, I Friday.
Borrowing money from a Bayesian coworker. Hey, Mikey.
What happened?
Nah, you know what? Forget it. Don't worry about it.
You mean to tell me you walk all the way over here to tell me to forget it?
Nah, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
What is it, man?
Nah, I was gonna borrow $20. I don't know.
You know what? Maybe we should forget it for true.
This is how it is when you borrow money from a Haitian coworker. Yo, Peter, you can lend me $20 till Friday? I'll give it right back.
Oh, you want to borrow $20? Yeah, I'm gonna give it back Friday. I cannot give to you because I work $23 1 hour. So if I give you $20, I work 52 minutes for free. Borrowing money from a Spanish co-worker. Jose, you got $20 till Friday? I don't have it, Papi. You cannot expect to borrow money from everybody like that. Borrow money from who? What are you talking about? Everybody say you borrow money and you don't give it back. What happened? Who? Papi, I don't know. Borrowing money from an African co-worker. Jono, you got $20 till Friday? Hey, you know when I first started to work here, when I just come here, they tell me that you will borrow my money. I didn't believe them. And here you are today standing in my face to borrow my money. Who said that? Sharon? I know it was.
Very cool stuff. That's Major Hype, the king of Caribbean, the self-proclaimed king of Caribbean comedy. Major Hype. In the chat, Keenan Thomas. I think I've seen Keenan Thomas there before. Welcome back. He said, that's my rule of thumb too. Borrow what you could afford to lose. Mr. Untouchable, how are you doing?
I'm great, bro. How are you?
I'm great.
Yes,
What's your take on this prompt? Should we lend money to our black friends?
oh goodness, man. This is it's been my experience. It's been my experience whenever you lend money to my black, whenever I loan money to my black friends, they when it's time for them to pay you back, they either make up some excuse, they get mad at you, they say, well, I could keep paying you back and never ever do, and then the relationship breaks down because I don't like the idea of lending. I rather my friends ask me for the money.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have an intention on ever paying me back, say, bro, I need this. I don't know when I have an opportunity to pay you back. Even my friends who work, I find that they may not necessarily pay you back. So I would rather keep the relationship and just ask for the money,
So two things. First, let me tell a story, and then next I'm going to ask you this question. So an aunt of mine, when I was growing up, she put me on to something important, I think. And I've shared it on the show many years ago. I'll share it again tonight. She was showing me how, like, if someone borrows a bunch of money from you, right? A lump sum of money. Let's say it's $5,000. She said you either demand the lump sum payment in return, but she said don't accept partial or small payments, because and it was so true, because with those small payments, you're just going to put that in your pocket and spend that right away. But if someone comes back with you with the lump sum that they borrowed, you'll take that lump sum to the bank. So that one story I want to point out too. If you're going to be loaning people, make sure you get your money back in whole, or if you're going to be taking installment payments, you add interest to the amount, right? But Mr. Untouchable, my question to you is, what is it with black folks not wanting to pay you back your money?
I personally think it comes from the point of consequences. We take the chances with each other that we wouldn't necessarily take with other people.
True.
I just find that to be one of the most, for me, authentic things about us, that we would go to task. We would take all manner of chances with. Whereas we wouldn't do the same kind of things with different communities. We wouldn't take chances with the bank because we know they could come after us. We wouldn't take chances with certain groups of people, but we would with us, mind, because there is no consequences. What I gonna do? Get mad at you because I ain't pay you back your $5,000? What you gonna do?
Chop you up. Chop you up and go to jail for chopping you up.
You're gonna risk going to jail for chopping you up. You're gonna do that. You're gonna do that. So I feel like we feel like there's no really major consequences. That's why we kind of take them kind of chances and not pay you back.
Yeah, that's an issue in black society. The issue of blacks taking advantage of your powerlessness.
Yes.
you know, this is the same kind of slave mentality we see in the hood where, you know, I've talked about this many times, where Melvin Farmer, one of the creators of one of the Crip sets in Cali, he was on Vlad, and he blatantly was talking about, now he, to his credit, he was saying he wished he never created a gang because it's anti-black, this, that, and the other. But he was like, yeah, when we were banging, we wouldn't cross over certain main roads. We're not crossing over Fifth Ave. We ain't going across Market Street, because you go over there and commit these same crimes, you could get life over there. But over here, you could kind of run amok.
And there's no in our communities, which is heavily policed. When we commit certain crimes among ourselves, sometimes it even gets ignored, even up to a point of murder.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's not as heavy. If let's say in the Bahamas, if we was to kill a tourist,
oh boy,
as opposed to killing each other on a Saturday night,
oh boy,
don't you know there would be police on the street?
Of course.
You know, they try to protect their markets as much as possible, and I understand that, but not like we look after each other. So I feel like the consequences are less severe. That's why we take the chances we do among or within our own groups, I believe. You know,
doesn't that speak to what's the word I want to use? What's the word I want to use here? The word I could quickly use is bitch assness, but doesn't that speak to something deplorable, or you know?
Well, Koku, you know, our societies are Afrophobic. You know,
yeah.
we are highly anti-intellectual. We
True.
are anti-African completely.
Well
you know,
said.
despite the fact that many of our countries are ruled with black faces, this is the nature of things throughout most black countries. Very Afrophobic. You know, and I think that until we get rid of that idea of being so Afrophobic and embrace that side of our history, you know, we'll continue to have these kinds of ideas and anti-Africanist, you know, cultures that exist within our societies, I believe.
I agree with you there. I like how you started it off, you know, Afrophobic, anti-intellectual.
Absolutely.
That's the crux of our problem internally.
Absolutely, and it extends not only within the Caribbean, but that's just a global reality, you know.
Oh yeah. I well, you know where I'm from, but also I've lived in Brooklyn for a number of years now, and I could tell you that's the mentality here in Brooklyn.
Yes, sir.
These Jewish kids will cut through. These Jewish kids will cut through parts of Crown Heights and never get touched. To the point where they live in Crown Heights, where Jewish folks live in Crown Heights, Brooklyn here, they're up, young girls and boys walking around 2-3 o'clock on a Saturday night. In the morning, I'm talking about 2-3 a.m. You know, it's because they know that there's no that they're protected in their spaces.
Absolutely, they know the consequences for messing with them. They'll shut down New York City.
Yes. Yes.
So they understand fully that they are very well protected within America, within New York City, within Brooklyn. They are very well. You mess with them, and you will have the strength of the New York Police Department all over Brooklyn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it's really. And by the way, let's welcome Kevin Carre 42 to the panel. Kevin Carre, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. There's a little bit of issue with internet, but I'm here.
Respect, Kevin. Respect.
Yeah, same to you, Mr. Untouchable. Same to you.
Kevin Carre, did you catch the prompt that we're talking about tonight?
Yeah. I don't unless I know you personally and I know you for a couple of years, I'm not gonna lend you any money.
Right.
I work too hard to get that money for you to not give my money back. No.
Yeah, and it's the changes, you know, that these folks put you through is what me and Mr. Untouchable were talking about. Like, you have to damn near get to the point of threatening people and all kind of stuff. In the chat, Keenan Thomas says, appreciate it. I enjoy the content. Been collecting a list of African conscious platforms. You made the list. Thank you. Truly good content. Just researching books, reviewing them in proper context is amazing. He says, I think it's the lack of setting boundaries because the individuals comfortable enough to ask you for money are typically close friends, relatives, etc. That's another thing we should talk about too, because the person asking you for money is not a stranger. Oftentimes, it's someone who you consider close enough to grant them that kind of wish. And it's a shame that the people who supposedly, allegedly close to you, who you consider close enough, they're the ones who will skirt when it's time to pay back this money and put you in that predicament where you might have to, change up your mindset and go do something. Go ahead.
Hey, Cook, I had one ex-friend, right? I won't mention that person's name. This guy would never have helped me before, right? So he's getting ready to go back to grad school. He's trying to get me to co-sign a loan for him. Like, you gotta be out of your mind. You
gotta be crazy to do that. You gotta be alone. Nah, man.
What I say is this. Here's what I say.
Yeah.
If it's money that you can't lose or money that will harm you, don't lend it out. If it's money that you can't lose. But if it's a person who, they are reliable, you think them to be very, very reliable, I say get it on paper. Have them sign off on it. You know what I mean? That way, if you gotta go to small claims court, you gotta do it. It is what it is. And I ain't a big advocate of court, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. If you energize me in that direction, you can't blame me. You put the battery in my back.
Definitely.
Daily affirmation by Pauline. Oh, and by the way, guys, if you're here, whenever you're responding to a prompt, give me the prompt number before your comment. This way it's easier to make sure and to know the context of your comment. Like Daily affirmation by Pauline is saying here, number one, in the 80s, I loaned a coworker money until Friday. She then started passing me straight, never spoke to me again. Nowadays, when I loan, I don't expect it back. I'm surprised when I get it back. I actually like that philosophy. Keenan Thompson says, the person lending has just as much responsibility as the person asking for money. The purpose is that we have to understand psychological issue of topic. There's poverty and lack of financial literacy. All true. Bobby Wright is here in the chat tonight. Says Happy Ghani, Brother Koku, and the Bitter Medicine podcast. And I will extend that to all you guys on the panel with me tonight. KW Don 7 says, once someone stiffs me for money, they are cut off. Well, yeah. I mean, once you don't pay me back my money, that's it. Kevin Carey, 42. Any last words on this prompt?
No, I said what need to be said.
Good. Mr. Untouchable, any last word here?
We good, bro. We good.
Okay. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 for tonight. And by the way, I just learned how to do the chapters thing on YouTube. So what you'll see in the future after Shoot the Breeze is done, I'll go back in and I'll set the timestamps for each topic. This way, if you fell asleep during the show, or you had, because you had to get up early in the morning or something, or you came late, you can go back and just hit the timestamps. Right? That's good. Yeah. So that's, look for that after tonight's show. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is Dan Calloway winning the propaganda war for the identity of Black Americans. This came with a video, I believe. So let's listen to it.
In fact, you will see that Dane Calloway and many folks who are putting forth information in the Aboriginal community are prone to large misrepresentation, are prone to manipulation, and can generally be confused. Why am I saying this? Well, there's something else, for example, that you might have noticed. You might have noticed that in one of Dane Calloway's videos, he actually plays a video. This is hilarious. So now you got to see this one. He plays a video that purports to be a white news person actually agreeing that African Americans were Native Americans. Listen to this piece and then we'll describe it.
Hello, I'm William Attlee, and this is a news brief with truth. See the men on the screen. They are the ancestors of the African American, but there is a problem: their true identity. Thomas McNeely has the story.
Well, William, the African American community is deeply divided due to the tagline, African Americans ain't Africans, which can be found in numerous places on the web. Now, it should be obvious as to why it's causing a commotion, but if it escapes you, let me explain. The current American education states African Americans were brought to America as slaves from Africa, which is simply not true. They are American indigenous, not descendants of Africans. As they say, the truth is stranger than fiction. Although this fact isn't spoken of openly, it's not a secret. However, with programming such as Roots, 12 Years a Slave, The African American Story, and the Book of Negroes, is it any wonder why so many African Americans are confused? We won't address all the misleading DNA tests being provided to connect African Americans to Africa.
Now, family, is he trying to tell you that you should believe him because it was mouthed by a Tamhu? Because it was mouthed by a European? This is manipulative. But let's go further, because I'm actually embarrassed that some of you did not notice this. Some of you who are confused by this must never watch the news. Did you notice you don't see a channel marker, a station marker? It says breaking news, but clearly what he's describing is not breaking news. Who's Thomas McNeely? What outfit do they work for? Did you notice that everything was in a really bizarre green screen? Did you notice that? You should have known that something was wrong with this. But many of you in the Aboriginal community were absolutely surprised by it. Just look at the responses in the video below. By the way, Wake Up Indigenous Niji took this section of the video and actually titled it White News Media confirms Dane Calloway's research is correct. And he actually seems to show the video from a cell phone. So it's really, really strangely clipped. Well, I'm going to say to you that I spent a lot of time trying to run this down because I knew that there was something wrong with it. I searched for the person's name, couldn't find anything. By the way, if he was a news reporter, why is it that we can't find his name? I also noticed that in the news report, it was curious that he was making this really, really outlandish claim, but he had no statistics. He didn't give any source for his information. He didn't explain why this is true. He just said it's true that everyone knows. That this is some kind of fact that people are aware of, but that things that show Africans and enslaved people have misled people. That was really bizarre for a news report. Well, I cannot take credit for figuring out where it came from. I'm going to say to you that I have spent a lot of time disagreeing with this brother. And I know that Sadnetta has even had his tiffs with this particular brother. But the person who figured out where this came from is Javen Bullets. He's the one that figured it out. And he needs to, while he and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of stuff, he needs to be given credit for the fact that he discovered it. He realized that the person that was making these claims is actually someone that is known as Voice Over Pete. So who was Voice Over Pete? Before I tell you that, why don't you look at another one of the videos that Voice Over Pete has actually done? Because this will help you understand who he is and what he does for a living.
Are you looking for a dynamic spokesperson for your service or product?
See, there you go.
Hello,
again, y'all.
I'm Pete, and I know I can help. No matter what the length of your script is, I'll produce it. Just imagine me promoting your website, blog, training materials, advertisements, services, products, much the same way I'm speaking with you now. As a spokesperson is an excellent way to communicate, instruct, sell, promote, entertain, motivate your audience to take action. Now let's add some value and impact. We can change the background image outside, luxury, professional, relaxing, informal. What about a change in music, which makes a world of difference? Would you like to see your logo or text? How about some images displayed to increase your audience interest and raise the impact value? Go ahead, preview some of my other samples, and then contact me. And let's get started on making your video today wildly successful.
But
Thank
y'all
you so
think
much.
Dane Calloway got scholarship? Y'all fools.
Please understand that VoiceOver Pete is on a website called Fiverr. What is Fiverr? Fiverr is a website where you can pay people to do things for you. And it actually starts at $5. So if you pay him,
Bobby, I got one done.
of course you have.
White woman, when she said, "Come to Sun on the TV," I paid one.
Well, I'm going to tell you that that's what they did. And many of you in the Aboriginal community are celebrating this like this is some sort of amazing find. Like, so instead, you are acting like Dane Calloway has done some sort of intrepid reporting. Like you should have recognized that this was not scholarship, it was not news reporting, and it was not research. It was, in fact, someone who was paid to mouth the words that someone wants him to mouth. Javen Bullets actually believe that it might have come from a Moorish source. But I would not put it past Dane Calloway to have paid for this himself. Why didn't he tell you where he got it from? With this kind of manipulative action, with this kind of manipulative action, you should question almost everything he says. Why don't you ask him where he got it from? As you ask him why he believes that 98% of African Americans are in fact Native Americans. And actually look at Wake Up Indigenous Niji and say, well, obviously you can't tell a promo from a Fiverr voiceover actor from a news report. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And what you should do is you should issue an apology for misleading your own people. He says that he's Thomas McNeely. His name is not Thomas McNeely. His name is Pete. He's playing a role. That's what he's doing. So you see the news report, but there's no identifiable information in the news report. That's why people who are not familiar with the news are confused. Family, you've at least watched the news on your local TV channels, right? Doesn't it look radically different than this piece here? Everything is in green screen.
Be right there.
We don't even see which news outlet this is from. And it says breaking news, and it's clearly not breaking news.
Right there.
Clearly, there are some things that are wrong with this. So for those of you who are confused about it, you really need to recognize that you are not confused because there's something wrong with you. You're confused because a shyster is manipulating you. Hold him accountable.
Let him know, just like we already
Hold him accountable.
busted him, plagiarizing.
I'm going there. I'm not even finished yet. So he took a video and he used it inappropriately. Surprise, surprise. Why has he not responded to that?
Wow, that's heavy. That is heavy. It shows you just how simple it is for Black folks in particular, people in general, but Black folks in particular, to be manipulated, man. And it shows where we're lacking. We're lacking in a lot of critical skills. Because like the brother on the right hand said, like none of y'all question the imagery of this quote unquote breaking news story. Information like this, when it comes forward, that guy should be done in Black society. At least a conscious society. He should be done with the conscious community. He should never be able to show his face again after doing something like that. That's a real European move he pulled off there. In the chat, Bobby Wright says, I don't even waste time with that Dane Calloway, black Aboriginal to America foolishness. It's just YouTube stupidity. I agree. KW Don 7 says Dane Calloway is a grifter who is currently being sued for copyright issues. I asked him to expand on that, and KW Don 7 put a link in the chat, so you guys could click the link and read more about that. Keenan Thomas says, for topic number 2, I'm open to debate, but the idea that because there were indigenous Africans in the Americas means we're not African is ludicrous. The racial hierarchy, race first, menticide, Amos, Black Power. Keenan also says, even we go across these obstacles as one, or we all die as one. I don't get why a large percentage of the African people on the globe don't understand that, regardless of religion, country, etc. Right? Kevin Curry 42. Let's go to you first. What are your thoughts on this?
Where can I start?
Start at the beginning. Go ahead.
This thing with this indigenous to America thing. If you were really indigenous, how come your brothers, own the Mohican Sons and they won't allow you to profit off that?
Yep.
But this is nothing new, actually. I don't know if you remember. No, this was an old story I saw. It was a place in Texas. I forgot where. And the guy was like a white Republican politician, and he hired like a voiceover actress to say, "Oh, so and so is doing this for you, so and so," and he got the vote because no one looked back to investigate who this person was until after he won. So it is, as Gunnar would say, another L, man.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct. Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, we used to discuss one of the things that is necessary for us going forward is STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, right? And it's amazing with the little bit of technical sophistication that I believe that Dane Calloway has, the amount of support he had the ability to garner with a small little bit of technical sophistication. Because if you look at his videos, some of his videos are very well done, by the way. As far as manipulation goes in regards to the music and the imaging, he uses that very effectively. And the other part of that is I feel like he has been able to wake up idea that really was in the consciousness of Black people that I wasn't aware of, which is I have Indian blood in my family. You know what I mean? And when you hear some of the conversations, people would always say, well, my grandmother told me that. We was Blackfoot, we was Cherokee, we was this, and I was not aware so many people had the idea that they was
what did their grandfather say?
Huh?
What did their grandfather tell them? Because it's always the grandmother.
It's always the grandmother. It's always the grandmother. And then another thing that I was shocked with is how we are so anti-science. That's a big thing in their community. They are very when you start talking about DNA, all kind of conspiracies. So he has been able to wake up something that I feel that was in our communities, and like a bomb, and it exploded all over the internet. Many people, he's been able to garner support in many places that people would be shocked. So I don't take him seriously, but I could see his impact has been very wide within our communities. We may not want to admit that, but that is a fact. And he did it with a small degree of technical sophistication.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Kevin Curry, you had something to say?
Yeah, it just come to mind, man. Our people, not all of us, but we love being lied to.
Yeah.
Think about, observing the grifter. He would say some outrageous shit like, oh, we were descendants, ADOS or FBA, we're descendants of the ancient Egyptians. That's why we're doing so excellent.
Right.
And they would eat it up. Or I was watching an older video of how he was saying that, that East Coast, West Coast beef was because of immigrants.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I was like, what the? And these people jump. It's like a lot of his followers. It's all about education at this point, man. It's just obviously apparent.
Mm-hmm.
These people don't read.
Mm-hmm. And if you're not a reading people, you're into thinking people. We got the learning curve in the chat. It says, greetings, everyone. Hit the like button. Yes, please.
Greetings, matron.
Please do hit the like button and let people know that you're checking out the show. Drop a comment. Uzuli. Let's welcome Uzuli to the panel.
Respect, Uzuli. Respect.
Yo, what up, guys? Yo, I'm on the other side of this, meaning that there's a book out there called When the Rock Cried Out. I don't know if anybody ever read this book, but the theory in this book is that we started here first and then we traveled on the other side. But at the end of the day, we're still the same people. You understand what I'm saying? Whether we studied in the Americas or we studied in Africa. I think the problem is issues what those guys are saying is that they're not related at all to the people on the other side of the continent. So that's the whole issue that I don't subscribe to. But when I read this book, The Rocks Are Crying, When the Rocks Cried Out, this author is a brother, and the brother says that the Bible is a history book, right? It's not a religious book. And then in the book, he's talking about everything you read in the Bible. And what's that book that we were there's a book that we read in college, like the fight between Troy and Helen.
The Iliad.
He said, yeah, the Iliad, all of that is African or Black history. But according to him, and I don't know if people want to read that book or whatever, it says that we started here. And then there was a war between two factions, and one faction went on the other side. You understand what I'm saying? So we can't be talking about the barrel maker, this, the barrel maker, that. Who told you that you was from Africa? I'm just being a devil's advocate, right? I'm not saying we're not. What I'm saying is, if you're trying to free your mind, we have to do everything that the barrel maker said was history and look at it with a fine tooth comb, or like with binoculars or whatever. So I don't agree with this guy David Calloway or whatever, because when the problem when he say I'm an aboriginal means you're not from the land you claim you're from. The prefix means ab is like abnormal. That means you're not from there. So even the word he's using is wrong. So I feel that there might be the out of Africa is a theory. It's not has been proven. Even when they were talking about this old lady that they found, that they said Lucy. You know, Lucy has been debunked years ago. Lucy was not a person. Lucy was a monkey. So I'm not saying that I believe that we're the same group of people, but I used to believe that we were slaves, but I think they came here and they beat us and they turned it into slaves here. Meaning that our roots could still be in Africa, or that other theory that I said about the rocks cried out is that we came from here and then went on the other side. At the end of the day, I believe we're the same people. You understand? I hope we are the same people. So like the Tariq Nasheed and these people, like, this is Tariq Nasheed is a piece of shit, bro. Tariq Nasheed was talking about he was in Brazil, talking about how he loved white women and the Brazilian women. And now these same people are giving Tariq Nasheed a pass. This is like he does something on 1804. He gets the tattoo of Ogu on his right arm, and now he's calling Haitians out or immigrants. Like, is he serious? But you could only do that and bring this type of rhetoric to a group of insecure people. Because Tariq Nasheed can't bring this shit to me and be like, yeah, the people that he's addressing, the people who are following him, are a bunch of insecure Americans, and they're gonna buy into that. That's what I gotta say for now.
The one thing I want to say to what you said, The European doesn't know all things. They're not clairvoyant either. And so when they told you, or when they shared the information with you of where they captured you from and stuff, they never thought it would really matter 300, 400 years later. They didn't think it would matter. And so when black folks start talking about, oh, well, why do you believe everything they say? Not realizing that, well, because they don't know everything. We don't believe everything they say. Right? No, go ahead. Go ahead.
But Koku, how come they never taught us if what we're saying is true? How come they never taught us about the African? So if we're going with the out of Africa theory, how come they never told us about the Africans that were in America pre-Christopher Columbus? And the people, the guy that said, the brother that I read, and it's a brother that wrote that book. The brother that I read that said the rocks cried out. He's saying, and a lot of other people are saying, we were here before the Mongolians came. So how come they didn't teach us about the Olmecs in our education from the beginning? They omit all of that. They omit all the present of the so-called African in America.
Yeah, they will omit that because they know what that will do to you, your mindset, your psyche, your ego. They're not going to tell you that stuff.
Maybe they're not going to.
Because they know, hold on. They're not going to teach you that because they know what that's going to do in the future. That is easy. That's an easy one to call.
They're not going to. Go ahead, sorry.
That's an easy one to call. They're not going to teach you that or have you remember that you were great and you dominated them at one time. They're not going to tell you that kind of stuff. But the little stupid shit like where we snatched y'all from and where we began to dominate you from. That stuff they never thought that would mean anything going forward. Because remember, they didn't go into this thing to do it for a couple years. They went into this thing forever. They didn't think that would matter. So yeah, we could tell them we took them from Western Central Congo and West Africa in general. Yeah, that's the difference.
I'm just saying that the Olmecs, all of these things that I've learned or whatever, it was not taught by the schools or anything like that. So I'm saying is we have as much claim to here as much as we have claim to the other continent. So what I'm saying is they don't want to tell us that we was here first or we was here before, because then we could claim the land. And I do understand what we're saying about these other people are saying, trying to make division. I'm not with that. I hope we are the same people. So
when people
go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
No, if you want to go rock, man, rock. I'll wait.
No. Go ahead.
When people talk about the out of Africa theory, right? It's not just that it's just a theory. It's a theory based on the scientific method. So you using the best scientific evidence you have. You using the best archaeological and geological evidence that you have, and based on the findings that you discover, you come to whatever conclusion you come based on the evidence that you could garner. So they went to the different continents and they digged up, and where they found the remains of the human beings, they found that the oldest models of these so-called human beings that exist is in Africa. Now, that's not to say that maybe if their science was to get better, that they can't discover different findings on different continents, which may be older. But right now, based on the evidence that they have right now, the oldest findings of human beings, Homo sapiens sapien, which we are right now, was found in Africa. So, I mean, we could presume and call it a theory, but the theory is based on the best information and the evidence science has right now. So we could speculate. We could speculate aliens build the pyramids. You know, we could do a lot of speculation, but the hypothesis that people come to is based on the best evidence, even though it's considered to be a theory. It's based off of the best scientific evidence and model we have currently.
No, my brother, did you know that camels are indigenous to North America?
Well,
did y'all know that? Did y'all know that?
Well, let me say this. I would say this. I would say this. If you look at the design of a camel, right? The camel is built, right, to retain large amounts of water inside, preserve a large amounts of water in their bodies for a very, very long time. And there's a reason for that, because their bodies have to adjust to the climate that they were in. Now, if they was in North America has many plains and valleys or whatever where they could find. That's why you have different kinds of animals that exist in North America, as opposed to a camel who is more or less in the desert region. So his body adjusted to that climate. So if what you were saying is true, his physical design would be fundamentally different.
No, what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying when I tell you that camels are from North America, but if most people don't know that, most people think that camels are from Africa. So if what we got to look at, this is what I'm saying. A lot of the thing we've been taught is not what it is, bro.
No, when you say that we have not been given the information as far as the fact that Africans may have been coming here long before Christopher Columbus. First of all, that information, a lot of that information is out there right now. Is speculative because we don't have enough scientists of our own who could go back and do the actual research to say it to be true based on the scientific method. Okay, but when you say that they have not teach them this, the onus is not for them to teach us this kind of information. The onus is on us to reclaim our own information and teach it to the world. That's not their responsibility. That's our responsibility.
I agree.
So our historians and our archaeologists, and our geologists, we need to take up the task of doing these kinds of things. I don't think that we have done it in the West yet, but we certainly been doing it in Africa, certainly. But that's not necessarily been something that we've been doing in the Americas. As I don't have the information to say that to a certainty. Maybe someone else does. So I'll leave it to the panel.
In the chat, the learning curve says the Indian claim has already been paid. If we want our claim paid, we must become new people or fight for it. Keenan Thomas says, I would debate the Bible's historical reference to the human story. Truly, if you want to understand the Bible, read the Egyptian text. Go to the Holy Coptic Church. Amexem more science, the Shabaka stone, I think, is what he said there. Bobby Wright says that book by Horace Butler, When Rocks Cried Out, is some foolishness. I ran across it, so he's familiar with that work. Keenan says, book on the beginning of our religion, Shabaka's stone, an African theory on the origin and continuing development of the cosmic universe. Book by Kaba Hathwadi Kamin. Kaba Kamin, okay. Keenan says, because they would have to admit that we were navigating the world thousands of years before them, which creates inferiority to the African race. So yeah, so Keenan is kind of saying what I was trying to say, which is, yeah, they won't tell you that because that will wake up something in you. that will absolutely wake up something in you. All these dudes, these dusty dudes in the street, if they had heard that type of information as a kid, we wouldn't have all the dustiness going on out here. So yeah, they won't tell you that kind of stuff.
But the problem I have with that statement, is that we have our own scholars, even on YouTube. I know back in the day it wasn't as accessible.
Right.
But we have our own scholars, historians, even on YouTube, turning that narrative on its head a long time ago. They've been doing it. They've written books. You know what I mean? It's like we only could accept credible information. This is the success of Dane Calloway. This is the success of Dane Calloway, because he understands that we would only some certain information, even if it's so-called scientific, people would accept it if it has a white face on it. And he understands that, and he used that he used voice over Pete.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because we have many historians, we have many people, archaeologists, who've been talking about this narrative of the world is really backwards. This is how it really is for many years. You know, I mean, we don't even need to get into these people because we know them off a hand. You know, it's just so I don't necessarily, and a lot of these lectures, if people take an hour out of the day to listen to some good information that's out there, we don't do these kinds of things. So to make the claim that well we don't have these people now, I don't agree with that. I think they are out there. I think that people need to do sincere research, scholarly research. And if they don't know what scholarly means, ask Coco. He's a scholar. You know what I mean? He can point you in a direction of very good people to read off of, to watch short video clips and YouTube video. They're out there already. I just think that we just need to have the will to do the actual research to discover that the information has been out here already for a very long time.
KW7 says Lucy is not a monkey. It was a nickname. It was a nickname given to the skeletal fossils discovered in East Africa in 1974. I see we have someone trolling. I guess that's on the other side. Coach Pete says blessings. Good evening, everyone. Blessings to you, Coach Pete. Keenan Thomas said bingo. KW7 said being indigenous to the land means nothing if you do not have the power to defend it. The Africans in Azania are so-called indigenous, and they live in shanty towns while Yoruba controls the land. Yes. I think we could move on to the next shoot the breeze topic.
Yeah, we can roll. We can roll, bro.
All right. So shoot the breeze topic number 3 is another L. NAACP nominates an Asian woman and uses the Black Minstrel Acts. Who uses Black Minstrel Acts and Black Scent. This one came with a link. Right. So here's this article. Out of all of the awards, Aquafina slammed after being nominated for NAACP Image Award. Now, I could kind of show my hand on what I believe about this article, but I'll just ride with it. Asian American actress Aquafina made headlines last year after critics blasted the Chang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings star for having a history of appropriating Black culture and using a Black scent, being vocal about her refusal to use an Asian accent while on screen. The Marvel star is now facing backlash after being nominated for an NAACP Image Award. The annual ceremony presented by the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, that's NAACP, which honors Black talent in Hollywood for their outstanding performances in film, television, theater, music, and literature, gave the 33-year-old the nomination for Outstanding Character Voiceover Performance in a motion picture for her role in Disney's Raya and the Last Dragon. The NAACP does not exclusively nominate black entertainers. However, folks on social media immediately voiced their displeasure with the decision, including one baffled Twitter user who wrote, "Out of all the awards, I would think the NAACP Image Awards would be the last one to nominate someone like Awkwafina, who thinks it's okay to make a minstrel out of black people for a living. Yikes." So this is what Awkwafina looks like, little Asian broad. All right. Another person commented, NAACP and Awkwafina should not be in the same sentence. You guys get the idea here, right? Erzuli, what comes to mind about this topic?
I don't know the movie that she did, so I can't really say. I don't know who that woman is. What I find funny is is that her real name, Awkwafina? That do sound like a hood chick though. Hey, what's up, Awkwafina? So I don't know. I mean, did the NAACP say colored? Aren't Asian people considered colored? No,
Exactly. That was my thought when I saw it. Like, you almost can't really say anything about it because NAACP is for colored people, and colored means includes Asians.
Not at the inception, because remember before African American, at one point they used to call black people colored people. Remember, colored whites
Yeah.
only.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got you. At the end of the day, I don't really care too much about this. NAACP has been. Hold on, didn't Rachel Dolezal come through as like she like? Was I don't even. I don't. The NAACP is what it is. I'm not shocked that it did this, and I don't really have any traders. I don't even have something to say about that. So Rachel Dolezal was the president of one freaking chapter for years, and she was a Caucasian woman. And then what's the difference? If they could let that happen, but the thing is, I think those people are saying Awkwafina has been violating black culture. Is that the reason, or is it because she's Asian?
She's been using like they call it a black scent to because she started out as a comedian and use that black to the exaggeration to become popular. And she was saying later on that, oh, I would never use a Asian accent because I respect my people too much.
Well, black people never checked it at the beginning. They keep letting them. So nobody never checked Eminem for doing that. They never checked freaking Pink for doing that. A bunch of people who uses the culture to get on and leave it. So
actually, if you look for some guy named K Rhino, he checked Eminem actually a long time ago, but no one talks about.
What I'm saying is the majority of people were so happy even when Vanilla Ice got introduced. So now all of a sudden, yo, Awkwafina, get your award, man. I don't care.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
In the words of my good brother Erzuli, it is a big L. It is a big friggin' L. And these militant, the militant integrationists that are out here, who they so desperate. They want to accept and be open to everyone and every culture. And when it comes to it being reciprocated, it never is. They'll take and take from their community, the black community, and they would never, in return, their group and their communities would never return the favor, because you would never see this in an Asian with an Asian award. You would never see it. I remember in Jamaica they give Roger Moore 007 a Marcus Garvey award. That was interesting, but like I say, these people are so desperate. They like grasping at a straw in the ocean, a wooden straw in the ocean. They would accept anyone and anything, and it don't even need to be reciprocated. It's an imbalanced relationship, and these people need to understand what a fair exchange is, because obviously they don't understand it, because they want to integrate themselves with anybody. They want to sign themselves with. But I study the Asian community, man, because they don't business with that. Neither do the Mexicans. I don't follow militant integrationists. Let them die a slow death.
In the chat, KW7 says the NAACP is an ooish. You guys know what ooish means. Uis shill flunky organization. Outside of a few well-meaning individuals like Medgar Evers and Robert F. Williams, I don't take that organization seriously. Keenan Thomas says he agrees with KW on 7. Coach Pete says black people have lost their black identity. Black people have lost their black identity. Thank you guys for the comments. Kevin Kara, you have the last word on this topic.
I always say this, man. We have to be the gatekeepers of our culture. As he said, we're losing our black identity.
Mm-hmm.
We have to keep the pressure on these people. Stay the hell out of our culture. You can't just come in our culture, use it, make money, and then say bye. No. Go. But what can I say?
All right. Let's go on to Shoot the Breeze topic. What's this? Number 4 coming up. Let me just grab this stuff here.
Oh, by the way,
yeah, go ahead.
This goes to what we was discussing earlier, Koku, when I was saying about how we deal with each other, where there is no consequences.
Yeah.
There is no consequences for allowing things like this to happen. So they will continuously happen over and over again, right in people's faces, because there is no consequences within our community.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, so I agree 100% there. It's untouchable. So the next topic number 4 tonight, is like father, like son, or injustice of the worst kind. Which one is it? How can that be a coincidence? And what that was referring to is a video we'll watch here, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Hello and welcome back to the channel. As you can see from the title, I'm about to talk about something that I didn't know, and many of you probably didn't know either. Some of you may have known this already, but it's no surprise to me at all, because the time frame that this all happened in, these kinds of happenings were so very prevalent. Emmett Till's father was also lynched. And guess what? It was because of white women. Now, what I found interesting about the whole thing was the fact that when it was shared with the 2 men who actually killed Emmett Till, when it was shared with, actually not the 2 men, but when it was shared with the jury, the court system, they actually tried to justify what happened with Emmett Till by saying he was just a deviant anyway. And so in their minds, they are always looking for a way to justify what they do to young black children. We got to justify this because this seems very bad. This is horrible. So we've got to dig up something. We've got to find out something. And so when they heard that Emmett Till's father was accused of what he was accused of, and later hung, they said, this is what we need right here to justify letting go these men who did this to Emmett Till. We found something on his father, and we're going to attach it to him. Anyway, I want you to hear the rest of the story, and after that, I will be right back.
The untold lynching of Emmett Till and father is a story worth telling. Emmett Till's gruesome lynching at the hands of 2 white men under the guise that he flirted with one's wife while the 14-year-old African-American only went to her shop to buy candy is well known. Less known is the fact that his father, who served in the American Army, was also lynched along with another black soldier in Italy. Louis Till was serving overseas in the Transportation Corps of the U.S. Army during World War II. Till and another African-American private, Fred McMurray, were found guilty by an Army court-martial of raping 2 Italian women and murdering one during an air raid in 1944. Both men were hanged, but writer John Edgar Wideman isn't sold on the guilt of both men. He reckons in a segregated U.S. Army of the time where blacks were disrespected and lied on even by their fellow white soldiers and superiors, the pair's murder couldn't be taken on face value. Lewis Till nor Fred McMurray ever had a chance, Wideman informed NPR's Scott Simon. It was decided long before anybody even knew their names that some black soldiers are going to take the fall for these crimes. Wideman holds that Till and McMurray weren't given a fair trial, promoting his book Writing to Save a Life, The Lewis Till File. Till enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1943 after a judge gave him a choice to enlist or be imprisoned for violating a restraining order against him by his estranged wife Mamie Till. Born on February 7, 1922, Till was killed on July 2, 1945, aged a mere 23 years. Till, together with McMurray, were court-martialed, found guilty and sentenced to death by hanging. Wideman submits Till's son Emmett, who was also lynched in the summer of 1955, would have received justice in death as the federal government put pressure on the state of Mississippi to penalize the two men J.W. Millam and Roy Bryant, who were linked to the murder. All that changed when the press got informed that Till's father had committed murder and rape in Italy and been executed. The Southern media portrayed the youth as deviant, and with that, the two killers got to walk free. The untold lynching of Emmett Till and father in Mississippi became a national issue, thanks to his mother's insistence that his mutilated body be returned home to Chicago, and an open casket funeral held for him with photos published by the influential Jet magazine. 65 years after Emmett Till's ordeal, however, Congress has finally approved legislation designating lynching as a hate crime under federal law. The bill, introduced by Illinois Representative Bobby Rush and named after Till, comes 120 years after Congress first considered anti-lynching legislation, and after dozens of similar efforts were defeated. Perhaps, had the untold lynching of Emmett Till and father come earlier, it could have saved 4,000 other lynching victims, mostly African Americans. The measure was approved 410 to 4 on Wednesday in the House, and now goes to the White House.
Okay, so of course, again, because of the time frame, these kinds of things were always happening. And so it really confuses me when I see so-called black men just running after these other women, these other nations, white women and these other races of people, straightway like an ox to the slaughter. These people done told you they don't want you with their women. They don't want you with their women. They've made that very clear. Now, the story of Emmett Till is not the only one that has happened like this. Now, he was young, but it was very common for black men to be accused of things. It was even stated in the piece that we heard that it was common for them to be accused of things, and there was always this big shadow of doubt. Did they really do it? Remember the show or the movie Rosewood, where the white woman lied and say it was a black man who did this? Of course, she used other choice words, when really it was her own lover who did this to her. But all she had to do was say it was a black man, and everybody went buck wild. Hundreds of black people died because she lied. So this story didn't surprise me at all to hear that Emmett Till's father was killed in the way that he was because he was accused of something that it was never proven that he had anything to do with. Came as no surprise to me at all. It was just another sad situation that happened back in the day, and we continue to see these same sad situations happening in today's time as well. This is because we don't understand that we are in the land of our captivity. This was all prophesied, and I know folk don't want to hear it, but it is what it is. The truth is what it is, whether we like it or not. The truth will always be, even if you don't accept it. You don't even have to agree with the truth. It's not going to cease to exist because you don't agree. Anyway, I am done with the story. I want to know what your thoughts are in the comment section. Did you know that Emmett Till's father was also lynched over a white woman? Did you know? Let me know what your thoughts are. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, share and like this video. And with that, I am out.
If you guys in the chat who are listening, if you guys knew that Emmett Till's father was also lynched, drop a 1. If you didn't know that, drop a 2. I just want to see something. Kevin Conway, when you hear this story and you realize that the father died similarly, how do you feel about that?
I'm not surprised, especially when it deals with white women. No, and that's a problem. In today's culture, we have the Karens. Always, you can be mind your business. You're going to get something from the store. She called the cops saying, "Oh, you look, there's a black man trying to rob the store. He did something to me." Nothing's changing in this country. Nothing's going to change unless we do something about it.
Yeah. In the chat, NYC Sports Archives is saying, hey, make sure you guys subscribe to that channel. They'll be showing some good footage of basketball games from the public high school system here. That's where you see the future stars and stuff like that. So you guys go over there and check out those videos, like and subscribe to that channel. The Learning Curve says, yes, she knew. KW Don 7 says, yes, he knew. Zuliism did not know. The Learning Curve says the colonial project is to kill the natives. The colonial project is to kill the natives. Earlier, the matron said a black man put him in that position. A black woman put him in that position, and they don't want to pay for the sins of their fathers. So they make up things and take out our children. I would like the matron to expand on that a little bit more. I dropped the link in the chat. Anyone who wants to join the panel and give their thoughts on these prompts can do so as well, man. Click the link. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
I just having some difficulty with the facts of this scenario, because correct me if I'm wrong, he was in Italy and he was accused of raping a woman.
Yeah.
And then he was tried by the United States military, found guilty and hung because of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference between him and his son is his son was supposed to whistle at a white woman, not have any kind of intercourse. He just whistled at her, and they killed this boy. So there's a different story and factual pattern that's going on here. One, it could be said that he was willingly entered into arrangement with them women in Italy, whereas this brother was just walking down the street and whistle. And that woman said that she lied, by the way.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. So and she's still alive.
And she ain't seen, and murder doesn't have it's no statutory to murder. Yeah, so she should be in jail for that accusation. At least assisted in the murder of that boy. But that's neither here nor there. But I think that their factual scenario is just a little bit different. It's a different scenario. But maybe it's just me. I'll just leave it to Matron.
Yeah, let's welcome the revolutionary Matron from the Learning Curve podcast, also on KWAZ Radio. Matron, what say you tonight? How are you?
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, Matron.
So my first part of that comment is that a black woman put him in that position. She put out a restraining order against him. They were in a marriage, right, or a relationship of some sort. She decided to leave. Whatever happened, happened. And he violated the restraining order, probably because she pushed some of his buttons. I'm not going to say that he was crazy, but I mean, it's difficult to maintain your sanity. He shouldn't have violated it. But his violation of that restraining order put him in a position where he was looking at peonage, right? Or a chance to continue to live and have some type of economic opportunity through the military. He chose the military. We know that that's a racist institution. We know, or maybe y'all don't know, white men do horrible things to people in the military and blame it on the black soldiers. That's always been true. Okay? So when I talk about the colonial project, right? If you don't think that they know how we're connected when we don't even know how we're connected, you're mistaken. And so the colonial project is always to take out the natives, and they make our stories rhyme.
Keenan Thomas typed in 1, so I guess he was aware of this story as well. Azuli, what say you to this story?
I'm about to go left with this, but it's either this whole shit was made up to create fear factor into the black boys and black men, because
I agree with you, brethren. I agree.
So that's making me look at the Emmett Till situation whole funny style right now.
Okay, wait. So expand on this thinking that you and Mr. Untouchable seem to agree on.
What I'm trying to say is I'm just saying that it's eerily, it's like lightning striking at the same place 8 times in a row. Like, your father gets executed for allegedly raping a white woman, and then 14 years later, your son gets killed over almost the same. It's too much. There's too much of a coincidence that to happen back in the same family. So my thing is, I feel like I have to look at this shit weird. I don't even know if the stories are true right now, or if it's a way to create fear, a story that was made, given to people to create fear. Because how could that be? And something that the matron said, she put a restraining order on the father of her son, because she probably already had Emmett because he was 23.
Right.
So this is the thing, like you call the law on your son's father, which you know is racist, and then he goes over there, and then I can't say that. I'm not gonna say that, but he went to the that was World War II or something. Weren't the Italians the enemy? So I don't understand what's going on. That how it's too much of a coincidence to me to look at like the father did, and I'm not saying the father did it allegedly, because we all know he probably did not get a fair shake on this whole situation, and the son happened to this is just I just found out that maybe in the last 3 weeks. This shit was just so crazy to me. It's like I'm just shocked. How could this strike in the same family? Not even like cousins, but father and son. And then the reason I bumped into this stuff, it was a channel that was saying that how black men stay betraying black women. So just like father, like son, they were making fun of the situation. So it was just weird to me. I don't know, bro. This story is too much. Like, what? Go ahead.
Mr. Untouchable.
No, I was just gonna. The reason why I say I agree with Razuli and I question the truthfulness of this whole scenario, not to say that he wasn't murdered or whatever. It's just that whenever you put the R word on any individual person, right? There's always some doubt in the minds of the people whenever you put an R word on him, right? So we could say, okay, well, he was R, so he deserved what he get. And really, you know what I mean? Some of us may say it, some of us wouldn't, but it's a motive thing whenever you put the R word on someone. So when you have the thing where it's like father, like son into the minds of people, and they know the scenario, the story goes, well, the little boy was whistling out of, you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, well, maybe he was that way too. So maybe he deserved what he would have gotten as well. You know what I mean? So I just, for me, on a personal level, I conspiratory with this story. I don't know why. It's just, I have that kind of feeling. But I didn't know about this brother's father. If he is completely innocent of these assertions, I'll back off completely from it. But I didn't know about it. I didn't know about Martin Luther King. My mother was murdered in the church. You know what I mean? She was assassinated. I didn't know about her either. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of history. I'd have to catch up with, I guess. But
He had a brother drowned too, I think, right?
Right. Exactly. I was just going to add that. And that's why I always say,
Dr.
what
King?
is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is the colonial project? And the colonial project is always to divide the knowledge from the body so that they can make the body do what they want. That's why a library is a revolutionary space.
Agreed. Oh, and Azuli, you would be surprised to know that a lot of Malcolm X brothers was murdered and lynched, and I think his dad was,
Yep.
and his grandson was. So I mean, it's coincidence. I'm gonna call it coincidence,
What do
but
you mean? That whole family had tragedy. Malcolm X family was, the mother got killed by her grandchild,
yes.
by
So
her grandson
yeah,
got burned.
yeah, yeah. So it's a
So
lot
there
of
was a bunch
tragedy
of,
in family sometimes, you know.
and the sad thing about that you brought up, Malcolm X's daughter lived maybe 10 blocks away from where I work at, and then
Wow.
nobody know.
Yep.
Like, how is that possible?
Yep.
So I mean, this whole situation is like, I don't know, man. Like, and then this is crazy, man.
But
I
I
was
but I also agree with Matron as far as the colonial project is concerned. Maybe not in reference to this brother Emmett Till here, but I do believe that the FBI, the CIA, counterintelligence, they watch. As far as Malcolm X is concerned, his grandson was getting a following, and I don't think that they wanted to relive
Mhm.
another Malcolm X experience coming back. So because his death was
Yep.
very funny, and how he died. So I think that the powers that be, they watch within our groups to see who will be the next so and so. So they are very careful, and they'll pull a little accident murder here and there. These things have happened. So I believe in the idea of the colonial project. These things exist, especially when it comes to leadership among us, people who have the ability to influence and sway the minds of people to a large degree. People watch.
In the chat, the KW Don 7 says the dynamic duo of Black Misandry did a YouTube video talking greasy about Emmett Till and his father. Who's that? Diamond and Silk, I guess. I'm gonna give the last word to Kevin Curry on this one.
No, I'm good. I said what I need to say, man.
All right. I guess I'll give the last word to the matron then as I look for the next Shoot the Breeze topic.
Don't let the police enforce or influence your relationships. If you are in a situation where you can't manage or handle your relationship, leave the relationship. The courts and law enforcement are not the enforcers in your relationship.
I like that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 says, when ADOS say they have the highest collective consciousness and more or less universally recognize the enemy, how much cap is that? And this came with a link. Post up the link here. So it takes us to this tweet here from Sophia A. Nelson. She says, good morning. I am an American. She CC's Mitch McConnell. My third back of book cover, E Pluribus 1. My family has been here since the late 1600s in Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina as slaves, both sides of my family tree. And this is her dressed to the gills in some Yankee colonial attire with the I forget which version of the U.S. flag they call this, right? I mean, and she hashtagged this, I am American. Coach Pete in the chat said, for Shooter Breeze topic number 4, the tree without the root should die. The tree without the root should die, absolutely. But we're on Shooter Breeze topic number 5 now. When ADOS say they have the highest collective consciousness and more or less universally recognize the enemy, how much cap is that? Someone else is here. That's the matron. Let's start with the matron here. The matron, this prompt, is there any cap in this prompt?
Oh, God. Okay. The problem or the argument that the ADOS people are having is a discussion with a parent that has disinherited them. Okay. Good, better, and different. We're here. Good, better, and different. Life did not work out because of institutions and systems in place to make sure that we weren't wealthy. And whether that choice was made on the plantation, during the plantation, or after the plantation, it is all because of legislation. And so it's kind of sort of cap because the way that they're presenting really looks foolish, but I understand the conversation that they're trying to have. You know, I can intellectualize it.
Okay.
So
Okay. Kevin Carre, what say you to this prompt?
I'm tired of this diaspora wall. I'm very tired of it. I have a lot to say, but if I say it, you're gonna get kicked off the YouTube channel right now.
All right. Urzuli, what say you?
Well, I don't even understand what she's saying. What is she trying to say? Like, I don't get the prompt. Like, she's because Mitch had said black had when she's saying she's an American.
Right.
Well, if that's what she's saying, I don't see no problem with that. Because we are all Americans technically. This is North America, right? South America, we Americans, right? What? I don't see if she did that. I don't see it. Are they saying because she's dressed up in all these flag colors or something like that?
Yeah, it's the whole jingle. It's the whole jingoist exhibition that's going on. Is what's being used as an example to show that this thing that y'all keep talking about being the most watchful eye, the one who recognizes and stands up the most to the enemy. When you got this type of stuff going on, yeah, take a little bit of a seat is essentially what this prompt is trying to get at.
Well, I'm not gonna fight her seeing that she's an American, but I think she might be doing too much with all of that stuff like that. And she said both of my parents were slaves on both tribes. Like, why are you happy to be like we were slaves? Like, what?
This is what the prompt is trying to get at. Why are you dressed in the colonial rags and proud of the colonial dominance? You know what I mean? It's
the issue with that, what you just said, Coco, is that why are you proud to dress in the attire of the people that enslaved your people? Like, so I get, these people are crazy, man. Because like she has this whole get up on and then acting like this in the third. But I do understand what she's saying. We are American, but like the way she's doing it is on some like mammy type of stuff. But I don't expect anything from these idols, to tell you the truth.
Mr. Untouchable, you've been listening to the conversation. What say you?
I see it as something that I call plantation bragging. You know, and for me, plantation bragging, the slave, right, who eats better on one plantation and gets the best fed food on one plantation, you know, used to criticize and basically point fingers at the other plantation, which didn't get good food, which wasn't taken care of well, and say, well, you're all starving over there, and Master Johnson is help us, and she don't treat us bad, or he's take good care of us. So I feel like, for me, I look at it as plantation bragging, because it's almost like we at the bottom of the slave ship, bragging about the fact that our chains are nicer than them chains on them slaves who sitting in the corner. So we satisfied and satiated off of that notion and idea. And it's a ridiculous notion, because people don't realize Negro, you in the bottom of a slave ship.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like sometimes people don't. I feel like that is being, that fundamental, that universal thing is being ignored. We get into these so-called diaspora wars based on who is wearing the biggest slave chain at the bottom of the ship, rather than trying to figure out a way to get the hell out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a sad notion among us. But I am with Kevin Carey. I am very tired of these diaspora wars, man. They could have it. If they won't be the best in Master Johnson or Candyland, let them be the smartest, most revolutionary people living on Candyland. No problem, man. Let me go do something else over here.
Well said. Well said. Matron, I'll give you the last word on this prompt.
There are no winners when you have to beg someone for your existence until the end of the day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're making good time tonight with Shoot the Breeze. This was the fifth topic here that we just did. So what I want to do, first let me read a few comments, and then we'll go to a station ID break. You guys can get up, take a stretch, sip on something, do what you got to do, In the comments, Coach Pete said the tree without the roots should die. KW Don said for prompt number 5, ADOS is a dead movement, and FBA got conned out of $1 million for a museum to nowhere. KW Don 7 continues and says, there is no such thing as a Black American. There's no such thing as a Black American. Let me go to station ID real quick, and we'll come back. We'll finish off the second half of the show tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, so let's go over to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 6 tonight. Prompt number 6 says, why does this type of message need to be sent out in 2022? Seems as if everyone should know how important this is already. And what is this being talked about here? So here's this tweet from CJ Lawrence on Twitter that says, dear Black people, if you are summoned for jury duty, please do everything in your power to stay on the jury. As lawyers, we need you. He goes on to say, here are some stats on the impact of diverse juries versus juries that lack diversity. In the graphic, it shows you when the jury is homogenous, it lacks differing, right? It lacks different backgrounds and opinions, and they have similar mindsets and more biases. When you have a diverse jury, you have multiple backgrounds and opinions, meaning that you're going to have differing viewpoints and better reasoning involved, right? He goes on to say evidence that prosecutors often intentionally avoid putting black people on juries because we tend to offer diverse perspective and typically fairer verdicts, right? So then he goes on just to point more back in evidence. But the original tweet was, "Dear black people, if you are summoned to jury duty, please do everything in your power to stay on the jury. As lawyers, we need you." I'm going to start with Kevin Carre again. Kevin Carre, what says you to this prompt? Is this a message that really needs to be said again in 2022?
Well, it depends on who's on trial. And as I said, for me, if I got nothing to do on these, if it's about two white men going at each other, shit, I'll be that guy that throw a monkey wrench into one of that ruling.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or if it's an all white, let's say I'm the only one on that jury and the rest is like white or whatever. I already know what they're thinking. Let's say it's the defendant is a black man and they're trying to convict him. I'm gonna be that guy that throws that monkey wrench in.
I hear you. Erzuli, what say you?
I mean, I guess what he's saying, but niggas not trying to go to jury duty.
No, I said, if you got nothing on your hands, do man. You can be the one.
I guess what he's saying. I get what he's saying. That I understand it. It'll be understandable. I agree with what this person is saying. That, but sometimes, man, I heard juries convict a brother, and it's mostly brothers, and you be like, wow, y'all did that. So I was watching something that said, yo, what if the prosecution can, the way the prosecutor prosecute, all these people are in it together, okay? So they could manipulate your mind to think you A is B and C is D. So I get what he's saying, and I agree. To a certain extent, I agree. I get it. I get the move. So that's it.
Matron, how do you feel about this?
It needs to be said, but there's unsaid information in that statement. Okay?
Okay.
What's not said is that most people make more than $50 a day. And that is usually about the maximum you can get when you serve on a jury. I live in Michigan. They pay us $12.50 a day to sit on a jury. And our employers, while they can't penalize us for being sequestered for a jury, they can economically impact us when we serve on a jury. So we can go and we can go and we can serve and they can't fire us. However, they do not have to pay us to go to jury duty. And I don't know anybody that can live on what they pay people to serve on a jury.
Good point, Mr. Untouchable. What say you?
No, I agree with my sister. There needs to be an economic incentive that is involved in being a part of jury duty. That needs the legislature. They really need to catch up with the fact that there is no economic incentive to sit all day just to receive $12. That does not ride. However,
I'm sorry. I was just going to add this one other thing. In Illinois, they don't pay them anything.
Really?
They don't pay exactly. They don't pay them anything. I went to a website, juryduty101.com. They don't pay them anything to go to jury duty. So why aren't black people walking in the courtrooms? You don't pay us, and we have a life to live. That's that survival thing I talk about. I did not mean to cut you off, good brother, but I just wanted to make sure that we had a clear understanding, because when we look at problems and legislation and how these things come up and happen across the country, this is another part of the problem, and this is a sneaky little way that they siphon off wealth, and they put us in positions where, yeah, of course the system's going to treat us bad.
Yeah, but I used to believe in the idea that if a jury pool is diverse, you would probably receive a different kind of outcome. But when I see pictures with sisters in colonial costumes and 1776 American flag, I question that, man. I have to ask myself, man, is it going to be a different outcome? I don't know. I don't know if even if the faces are dark like mine or yellow like someone else's, the decision may be different. I don't know. We only could hope.
The Negropean has been weaponized against him. So whether he show up there, he got a Negropean mentality. So you done. Either way, you done.
My advice is try your best not to get in a situation where you
Yep.
have to be in court in the first place.
Yep.
Okay, so if the brothers just take a second to think before they react, maybe the reasons of you being there could be just completely eradicated and removed off of the table, so we don't have to have these kinds of Twitter messages.
I agree. I agree 100%. First rule is to not fall in the enemy's hands, Yeah, I appreciate those responses, man. I appreciate those responses. Does this kind of message still have to be sent? Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. And you just heard some very good reasons why it's unfortunately, yeah. The matron brings up the point that you just don't get the recompense for it that makes it worth your while, and it has more damaging after effects economically for you. That's why, if you notice, a lot of times is these older folks, these pensioners, these people who collect in their pension and stuff, who serve on these juries, they have time all day to sit around and get a $12, for some bullshit. Yeah. So does anyone have any last words on this prompt? All right.
No, the only thing I would say is to my brothers and sisters who still in the United States, it is good to have different kinds of perspectives. So I mean, if you can't sit on juries, at least throw a rock. That's what I say. Write your legislator and try to get them to increase the amount of monies that could be received with people on juries. That's something that you all could do over there, even if you have to call or write or do whatever you need to do. Throw a rock.
I feel you. Throw a rock. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 says, what y'all think of this video? And this video is coming right up.
College in 2018 when I was in the 8th grade at Eli Ombre. I was 13.
An experiment that had no study involved in it, we just did it. But I had to work closely with the math class, and I knew Lane College had this exceptional math program that had taken the traditional math curriculum and converted it into a program that was self-paced. And I thought that there's a prospect that our kids could actually do this.
So as an 8th grader, I felt like a little kid just around a bunch of adults coming and looking around and seeing all these college students. I felt out of place, but I also felt like I deserved to be here. And getting my own college ID felt like a really major step.
Pull up to a college with 3 other 8th graders and people asking, oh, what are you here for? Oh, I'm taking a test for this class. And then you find out that you're in the same class as like a 20-year-old. So I thought it was pretty cool.
So it was not easy to do. So the first time, walked admissions, the ideal of having 8th graders, they're like, you can't have an 8th grader. We don't have any capacity to serve anybody in 8th grade. You got to leave in high school, junior. And I'm like, well, you mean there's no precedent for a student in middle school taking a class here?
I feel like I'm representing my family by school, Illuminate, and Black people in general.
So for her to be here in 8th grade is mind blowing. I brag about it all the time. I tell all my homeboys, like, man, you know my daughter's at my junior college taking math I never took. So I'm just happy for it, man.
Sort of gave me a sense of maturity that this is the level that I'm at, and this is the level I need to stay at moving forward into high school.
Math is, in many cases, seen by a lot of people as being one of the more difficult subjects in a student's young career. That here at the school, anybody who's enrolled at Lane in 8th grade is required once every quarter to teach an algebra class. And so what that requires them to do is they have to create the entire lesson themselves. I'll pluck out a lesson, again, once every quarter. It might be on linear systems, or it might be on graphing, it might be on solving radicals.
I took Algebra 2, which was weirdly a breeze through 2, because I never learned it, but I already had a strong foundation at Illuminate. Now I took pre-calc my sophomore year, I believe, and calculus my junior, and now I'm taking multivariate calculus.
So just an example of how well that they have been able to do having that start from Lady College, and also getting a sense of that, I not only can I go to college, and not only will I go to college, but I am going to college. It's a whole different mindset.
I went to Howard for 4 years, and I was accepted into the School of Business Executive Leadership Program. Upon my freshman year, arrival, I was automatically accepted based on my grade, GPA, just overall resume.
Going into high school and taking another 2 trades all the way up to AP Calculus, seeing that I was the only Black person, it kind of made me think back to my time being at Illuminate, and they're preparing me for high school rigor and even college.
It's exciting for me because I can tell people that I'm that good at math, or I'm that good at school. But I plan on doing my first camp, being able to take classes here at Laney. I feel like I'll just use that to do better in high school. Although high school is really important to get into the universities or colleges that I want to go to. So middle school is the beginning of all that.
So at Lady College, you better get ready for my kids because they're coming.
All right. That's a interesting story. I saw some things I kind of have some questions about in there, but I'll start with Kevin Carre. What are your early thoughts on this prompt?
I like what I see, man. It's funny. I was having a conversation this week with a colleague of mine. I'm the young generation. They're gonna be okay, man. This is good. We need to get them. As I said, you're never too early. It's never too early to learn, never too late to learn.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, I think it's beautiful. I think that from what I could see, I think that it's beautiful. The future looks very bright, very, very bright. My only thing is, and I would want, this is what I would want, but I don't, it's no slight on this group, But what I would want to see is the things that they learn within these institutions be fundamentally directed within our own community, so we could solve the issues and the problems that we have, because we can't lose this kind of brain power and this kind of drive for information, and technology and science and things. We don't want to lose this to the we don't want it to be integrated in another group. We want to keep this kind of thing within our circle, so we can resolve our problems and issues and things of that nature. They are the future problem solvers, but I want them to be the future problem solvers for our community. That's what I would say.
I was thinking about it this week. I'm like, this Eurasian, he does not even have to worry about smart black kids, going to a historically black college or university, because he knows when they're done there, they still got to come to him for a job. And it's because we don't organize our money. We have a lot of money, contrary to what people say. We have a lot of spending power, but the problem with that is that it's only output. We haven't organized our money to balance out the output with the input and make sure that the dollar circulates completely and thoroughly through our community.
Yes, sir. We need to divert that kind of brain power and brain intelligence. And like you say, Coco, we as men should be, not only empire builders, but industry builders. So when these people come out, we could always say, man, we are competitive. We're going to give you all money. Y'all just, use your problem skills to make our institutions more stable and stronger. And we move forward. That's what we need to start doing,
Just want to remind y'all, too, at this point, to check out the Thursday Thoughts show that I do over in the KWAZ Radio YouTube channel. I talked about this scarcity mindset versus the abundance mindset. And recently I talked about the slave mentality. And a lot of that is the problem. We like to go and just run back to where we think it's safe, in the arms of these white folks. So we don't take the time to build the institutions that would divert our people from having to run there. And a part of it is because we like to run there. That's just, just call it what it is. We like to run there. Ozuli, what are your thoughts on this? Your mic is muted, brother.
You're talking to me, bro?
Yeah.
My whole thing is just like, I'm different. This doesn't do anything to me. I've been black kids are smart. I've been around them. I've seen freaking 14-year-old black boys graduating college, getting their masters. I've heard all that. At the end of the day, how's that going to benefit us? What mentality do they have after that? Me saying that if you're going to incorporate yourself, assimilate yourself into the same system, individualistically, it's a win for the family, for the this, and maybe it's a win for kids to see, oh, shoot, these are smart kids too. So, but in the end, how does it benefit the group? That's what I want to know. Black people, niggas, we built the pyramid. So this doesn't, I'm saying for them, it's a win. I'm saying as a whole, how does this, like Mr. Untouchable said, when you're gonna create that robot, is that robot gonna be RGB first, or whatever the thing is, or what are we doing?
RBG, yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, that's what. I mean, it's a win individualistically, but we know black kids are smart. Come on, a black man invented the super soaker, the simplest toy of all time, bro. Like, come on. But it's a win individualistically. I'm proud of these kids. They're doing great. That's all I could say.
Matron, I'll give you the last word on this one.
Black excellence is not exceptional. It is good for children to have that image to look up to, but it's also disempowering for kids who could be excellent and are conscious in a totally different way, because they do see that at the end of the day, no matter how brilliant they are, no matter what they achieve, this to them looks like a dog and pony show. Because I was one of those kids, and that looked like a dog and pony show to me, because at the end of the day, I don't have anywhere to take my talents that's going to be beneficial for my community. Like that, and like, you and Mr. Untouchable and ER Zuliism and Kari, everybody said, it's like, yes, this is great. But I want us to really be firmly rooted in the idea and understanding that Black excellence is our standard. We've been doing this for generations. Who sent them to the moon? Black people. Who built the super soaker? Who did the light? Who did the freeway? Who did who? You can go to any industry, okay, and see Black excellence. What you do not do is you don't go to every industry and see Black dominance or Black leadership or Black institutions. And that's a problem for me.
Absolutely. That's a good final word on that prompt. Shoot the breeze topic number 8 tonight. Isn't this a Black male? These prompts can be weird sometimes. Isn't this a Black male? Let's see what this is talking about. So this is a Umar video. The caption says, so here's what everybody is going to be mad about in the morning, I guess. So let's check it out.
What exactly do y'all stand for? What are your goals and objectives?
You know what? It seems pretty bold to ask something like that, seeing as how the only thing on most straight black men's resume is audacity. Y'all are literally the least qualified out of anybody in this country to lead somebody, but y'all always want to be in the front. But you know what? It's a special place in hell for a bitch like you that causes division amongst the entire community of people. Out of every subsection of the Black community, y'all are the least educated and the most incarcerated. Please tell me what qualifies you besides the dick between your legs to lead somebody into anything. Y'all always want people to breathe life into y'all, but at this point, it's just pure necromancy because we have no more life to give. Y'all suck the life out of every fucking thing. I mean, let's call the thing a thing. Y'all want to be white men so fucking bad. Y'all see white men at the heads of their household, and y'all can't even get a household to be the head of. Asking women questions like, what do they bring to the table when you don't even own your table, you rent it. Hell, that's even if you do rent it because it's probably in your mama name. I mean, if we could call the thing a thing, y'all are the common denominator out of every issue that we have in the Black community. Y'all are literally the root cause. Blame Black women for fatherless behavior, but then fail to realize that the father is the person that you're not blaming. Y'all blame men for being gay and say, oh, you grew up without a father. Do you see how you just pointed back to the issue? Y'all blame women for having too many kids as if they made them kids by themselves. You keep pointing back to the issue. Y'all be wanting people to hold y'all down, but at the same time, if they too good at it, then they too independent. Then you want to say, oh, yeah, like, you don't need me. They kind of don't. Maybe what y'all should start considering is that maybe our community is meant to be matriarchal. But y'all just can't accept it because it doesn't fit into what the white man has told you to believe. You're trying to do everything that the white man does, but you're just trying to do it in Black. It's literally the same shit. I mean, y'all are the most homophobic, the most misogynistic, the most transphobic, the most colorist, the most texturist, like the most xenophobic. And you are the most likely to date outside of your race. Y'all are a walking contradiction and a walking joke, and it's not funny. I always want to talk about breaking generational curses and building generational wealth, but you don't even have life insurance. Anytime you die, we got to do a damn GoFundMe. Y'all can't even die right. Y'all been trying to stick this square peg in a round hole for centuries, and it just doesn't work.
All right, Mr. Untouchable. After listening to Miss Thang here, isn't this a Black male?
Yeah, he is. He looks like he's a millennial. But what I try to do when I listen to these kinds of things is I try to remove the emotion from it, to try to see whether the content, the things that he is saying is actually true. And some of the things that he is saying is coming from straight feminist tropes and talking points. So I don't know where a lot of the information he is getting, he's receiving it from, a lot of these wild feminists out here, whether they Black or white. And he is just spilling it over the screen like Here's the thing. I think that he needs to change the people who he's around, because if he only sees dysfunction as it relates to black men, he needs to change his circle. Because yes, there are some dysfunctional black men, but there are many functional black men that exist. But his narrative is very one-sided, and the only thing he has to spew about black men is some not well, I'm gonna say nonsense, but things that could be challenged. Let me put it like that. Things that could be challenged. But that's his vitriol. That's his he seems to be very angry as well, very angry. So I question, why is he so angry? Something would have happened to this black man, because I don't think he talks in a perspective as when he talks about black men as not me too. You know what I mean? So he takes himself out of that equation. So I have to ask, what would have happened to him that would cause him to take himself out of that equation? So I know he's talking from hurt. I know he's probably talking from some deep-seated anger. I don't really know where to anchor that, what may have happened in his life. But and he probably is a LGBT brothers as well. He's having his own challenges with that. So it's a lot of different things going on. I don't take what he says personally. I don't, because I know that there's a root in what he's talking about. And when he talks in a derogatory way about black men, he is certainly not talking about me.
Kevin, sorry, Urzuli, what say you to this?
I don't know what to say to this. Straight out of a Bella Hooks. What her name? Bell Hooks.
Bell Hooks.
He probably just read the Bell Hooks novel. Oh, what was that book called? Macho, something Macho. I forgot the name of the book.
Myth of the Black Superman.
Yeah, something like that. Well, it is what it is, man. Maybe he has a lot of anger. His father was not. He's mad at his father. I don't know, man. But all I know is, I'm not trying to change this brother's mind. Stay the way you are. Stay over there. I'm gonna be over here. That's all I say. I don't have anything to say to this, man.
Azuliism, did you have a turkey sandwich before you came on the show tonight? It sounded like you're about to drop asleep, man.
This thing just like this. No, go ahead, man. I'm good.
All right. Kevin Carre, what say you, bro?
For me, he just sounds like a very I have to agree with what Azuliism said, and also what Mr. Untouchable said. This guy just sounds like a very angry male feminist.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what this guy said. I forgot this baseball player. His name was Bill Lee from there. This is like the 70s, 80s Yankees Red Sox rivalry. He was very bitter back then, and they had a brawl. So he made a very good point. He goes, "Oh, the Yankees were like a bunch of angry hookers swinging their purses." That's what this guy sound like.
Right. In the chat, KW7 says there's never been a black matriarchy. Keenan Thomas says, I'll refer him to Dr. Cress Welsing. Some of his statements have truth because only men can remove us from this current situation. Wow, I like that. Bobby Wright says it's white woman feminism adopted by Africans. KW7 says any black male who surrenders to another male sexually cannot fight the white hegemonic system. You can put that on a t-shirt. I like that one so much. Put on a t-shirt. I want to thank you guys for still being here with us at this hour. We're on prompt number 8, so we're almost at the end of the show. But I just want to say thank you guys for being here. Make sure everyone hits the like button if you were here, right? Matron, I saved the lady for last. I want to get your take on this, Miss Thang here in the video.
Okay. He was trained by a feminist. That is obvious and apparent based on his narrative, tone, connotations, no matter what his preferences are, right? And that's a problem because feminism has been taught and propagated from a Eurasian perspective. And a Eurasian perspective demands that either I survive or you survive. And that is the consciousness that they spew out That's not our paradigm. That's not our worldview. We believe in balance and that we need each other. Our relationship is the only thing that allows us to thrive as a group. And that's why they continue to attack our relationship. The last thing I'll say about this is that we found this on social media, where attention is capital and capital is money and or resources. So this social media agenda that's destructive to us was created by a child left out in the cold who is trying to provide and find resources for themselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The thing that KW7 said, any black male who surrenders to another male sexually cannot fight the white hegemonic system. And that's so real. That thought is so real. It's not funny. When you see all the propaganda and all the ways they try to infiltrate black consciousness with the gay themes and gay superheroes, like in this movie, The Eternals, the black man, and it had to be the gay one. People, we really got to understand why they're doing this stuff. They know that if they could turn most of us, we're done. We're done. We will do half the fighting or 3/4 of the fighting from there in. We're done. If there's no last words on that, I'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. This was a kind of an interesting topic, so I'm looking forward to see what we all get from it tonight. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is Money 3.0, beyond cash. Store value and things you have or make will be currency, right? And this came with a link. Let's check it out.
What happens when money dies? The truth is, money as we know it won't be around for long, and those who don't get ready for the inevitable change are the ones who will suffer the most through this transition. Most people don't realize this, but money is a technology. More precisely, a technology of exchange and transport. Money allows you to transport energy through time and space. Not sure if you've thought about it like this before. You deploy energy in order to transform it into money, transport it through space and time, and deploy it to purchase the energy of someone else. In more simpler terms, you work for money and then use that money to buy someone else's work at a different point in time. Once you realize money is a technology, you get a sudden wake-up call, as every technology in history has suffered multiple iterations and improvements. This version of money as we know it is nearing its death cycle. Every time this has happened in history, there were winners and losers, and by the end of this video, we hope to show you how you can make the most of this unique opportunity, or at least not be devastated by the transition. Welcome to alux.com, the place where future billionaires come to get inspired. If I asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. Henry Ford. You don't give people what they want, you give them what they need. This is how people react to any technological change, but change is inevitable. People are quick to call the end of a new technology and disregard it as a fad. These were popular headlines when the car was introduced to the masses. And here's a popular cover of a magazine from New York in 1889 depicting electricity as some kind of unrestrained demon who will take over women, frighten the children, and kill your horse. This magazine was printed at the same time Carl Benz was patenting this outrageous idea of a vehicle powered by a gas engine. In retrospect, we all know how it turned out. Skip ahead a few hundred years, and now electricity powers everything, including cars. Historically, anyone who leverages new technology comes out ahead. Think gunpowder versus bows and arrows, using animals for agriculture versus using machines, handcrafting items versus factories that can mass produce, searching for info in a library versus Googling. If you're playing the game of scale, those who technologize first are the winners. They also laughed at the personal computer. Ken Olsen, a well-known American engineer in the 60s, said, "There's no reason anyone would want a computer in their home." Yeah, how did that turn out, Ken? Then they laughed at the internet.
But you know, I think about this, and what about this internet thing? Do you know anything about that?
Sure.
What the hell is that exactly?
Every technology eventually gets replaced by the newer and better version. Now, it's happening to money, an outdated technology where we print pictures on pieces of paper, cotton, or plastic and pretend it has a value because the government says so, as they control the printing press. But if you look historically, currencies have their own expiration date due to changes in diplomatic arrangements or technological developments. We went from seashells to pieces of leather to marbles to gold coins to coins to paper to digital. We're already witnessing the transition to a cashless society. But is there more to this change? Since 1971, money has been off the gold standard.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
Ever since the US has used its military might to enforce itself as the reserve currency of the world, all the big commodities such as oil or raw materials are traded in US dollars. America crushed Iraq because Saddam Hussein wanted to sell oil in euros instead of US dollars. In addition to that, for stability purposes, the majority of countries had to hold US dollars in their reserves. This is how the US got so incredibly rich. Every time you create more of something, the price for each individual drops if the demand stays the same due to dilution of the offer. In money terms, it's called inflation. But the US was sneaky because over 65% of all the US dollars in circulation are outside of the United States. Every time the US prints more money, they're exporting the inflation as well, thus robbing both its citizens and other countries of their wealth. If at the beginning of the year 2000, most countries had roughly 80% of their reserves in US dollars, now that number is getting closer to 50%. Other countries have smartened up and no longer wish to have their economies pegged to a continuously diluted dollar, which, since the removal of the gold standard, has lost over 90% of its purchasing power. People are pissed, and for a good reason. Why would you go to work if they're diluting your pay? Why would you go to work when the government literally printed money out of thin air and gave everyone money for free? If you're born today, you're pretty much destined for a life of consumerism and debt. Teenagers today are unlikely to be able to afford a home throughout their entire life. Picture yourself being 21 with $100,000 worth of debt that you'll have to repay. You didn't even start your life yet and you're already in the negatives. The entire modern economy is one based on consumption and the iterative need for rapid innovation. In order to keep this entire charade alive, you need to spend more money than you did last year or everything will collapse. Every country in the world is in debt. People are unhappy and being robbed of their wealth by their governments who are completely out of touch with what's happening outside their bubble. These are the people who are meant to oversee our progress into the next technological age. With the rise of the internet, more and more of the population is exhibiting digital-first behavior. If you work online, learn online, or get your entertainment online, you're probably one of them as well. We are a generation that's ready for the digital age, while money is an old analog technology. The more you think about it, the more you realize the digital version of anything has an exponentially bigger impact than the analog version ever had. Mix 1 and 2 together and you realize we're on the verge of a new type of money that's no longer pegged to the wishes of old men in government. The door was opened up by blockchains and the massive adoption of smartphones. What if we had a different kind of money that's digitally native, where the supply and flow wasn't controlled by the government? This is such a contrarian idea that many people quickly scream in disbelief the same way they spoke about horses or electricity. Every new technology is built in order to scale for the future, and the current economic infrastructure simply doesn't scale. Here's an example. Let's say humanity does become a multiplanetary species and we establish a sustainable colony on Mars. What happens then? Will humanity take the gold bars and the stacks of cash, throw them on a rocket and fly to Mars? Will we borrow the failing inflationary currencies of Earth, or will we use a digitally native currency that's unmessable with? This is why Bitcoin's price shot up so much in the past few years. This is why you're seeing all the big venture funds around the world right now throw money at crypto projects. Humanity as we know it is getting ready for a digitally first economy that scales up to multiplanetary. Even if it ends up Bitcoin is not the store of value of choice, the door for this technology has already been opened. Blockchain-based cryptocurrencies are here to stay. For the first time in modern history, you can actually own something that other people can't mess with. We strongly encourage everyone to move from a spectator position to that of a participant. If you're an absolute beginner, you can always go to alux.com/Bitcoin and enroll in our premium learning experience that will get you all set up in the shortest time frame possible. Use the promo code ALUXER to get 25% off at checkout. As humans, we need a currency native to the internet. We need it to scale at the speed humanity is moving in a borderless fashion. You might not like it because you don't understand how it works, but most people don't understand how electricity works, yet reap its benefits every single day. We're still early in this new age of money, but it's definitely coming. Many countries will be left behind because they simply don't get it. North Korea is such an example. On a population level, they're a century behind in terms of technological adoption. The same happened to heavily religious countries that choose to deny women's rights or embrace access to education and a free internet. These countries are missing the train, and the rewards will be split between those who got on board early. If you're watching this video or listening to this piece as a podcast, take a moment and think about what wealth you want to leave behind for your children. Think about ownership and what it truly means to own something. We're on the cusp of one of the biggest monetary changes humanity has ever witnessed. So instead of holding cash, invest it in any store of value you see fit, be it land, real estate, metals, or this new version of money called Bitcoin, but do it soon. Every single year, the paycheck you get is worth less and less until it will eventually be worthless because nobody wants to hold on to an ice cube that's melting in a hot room where the government controls the thermostat. So we bring the question to you, the ALUX community. What store of value will you use to protect yourself? We're actually very curious to know, so leave your 2 cents on this idea in the comments. And as for the ALUXers who always watch our videos until the very end, of course, there's a bonus waiting. We've been in a few very airy meetings lately with some pretty well-connected individuals. With the stock market at an all-time high right now, everyone with big money is preparing for a massive correction coming this year in March. We've already moved the majority of our wealth out of the stock market and into real estate, cash-flowing businesses, and crypto. In the next 5 years, the biggest countries in the world will move away from their native currencies to a digital stable coin version that's on their own blockchains. Everything you do with money right now will be in this new ecosystem. This decade is the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. Get ready, ALUXers, as we have a no ALUXer left behind policy. If Bitcoin will be the preferred store of value, Ethereum will be the gas that fuels this new world. For those of you watching, we believe ETH will flip Bitcoin eventually. So that's your asymmetric risk we talked about last week. We can't wait to see the world change before our eyes, and we're actively building this new future. We want you to make a commitment that by 2030, your entire life will be adjusted so you're thriving in this new world. By 2030, you'll have enough store of value to outweigh anything they'd try to do to the currency of your country. If you're on a mission to win this transition by 2030, please write 2030 in the comments. We're playing the long game, ALUXers, so we'll leave you with this. Time in the market always beats timing the market. We're all gonna make it.
Do you guys think this is sound, that there was sound reasoning in this video that we just watched? Again, the prompt is Money 3.0, Beyond Cash, Store Value, and Things You Have or make will be currency. Matron, what do you say to this?
Okay. You got to eat the meat and spit out the bones, right? Like, uh, you do have to store value in things that you make. You do have to figure out what is valuable. And you have to figure out how are people that hoard money able to continue to be wealthy and hoard money or resource or value across different types of currencies. Um, I'll just say this. They told you that they are investing in real estate and in land. They're not making any more land, no matter what other things this currency does, right? And everything else is a hope.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
There were some truths in this video, a lot of truths really, but everybody going towards this blockchain business. And while I don't criticize blockchain, I'm very skeptical when people tend to herd people in one particular direction. It's almost like a sleight of hands and not making them look at the other directions. And by the time the public hears about a specific thing that they could invest in and take money off the table from, you might as well don't even invest in it. Yeah, I mean, it's no good. But I feel like the most important thing going forward in the future is information. The information, financial literacy. It's not about how much you make, it's about how much you could keep and how much you could protect. You know what I mean? So I tend to, and it's also good to inform yourself about how to make more, how to earn. People need to inform themselves and invest in information. I feel, there are several different people who teach about financial literacy, Robert Kiyosaki's of the world, the Brian Tracy's of the world. We need to invest in information and trade off of that. That's a valuable commodity for me. The other thing too is I believe in not only store value, but some things that have intrinsic value. People talk about we going off of paper money into this zero and ones kind of money kind of situation. Binary is the new money, but I tend to look at them old fashioned things like getting them them silver coins and them gold coins and holding on them and investing in things that people do all the time. One of the things that I invest in is the fact that people die consistently. So I invest in things that facilitate these kinds of death, which is coffins and things, embalming fluids and things of that nature. You always need them because it's something that people usually do. And another thing too is I look at things like debt, buying debt. That's another thing people don't look at and trying to really try to do, buy debt. Because people gonna always be in debt people gonna always want things for this thing or that thing. So just buy that debt, you know what I mean, and live off the residuals from that. But I just personally think that financial literacy is important within our own community. That's something that we have a gap in, within the rest of other groups. And I think that that's something that we could invest in. The trade-off is just spending your time informing yourself and studying, because information is really the key, I believe. Financial information, the how-tos, money, but that's just me.
Yeah. Zuli, what say you?
It's like it's a scary time that now they're gonna move from they say but they've been doing that using your credit card, your debit card, meaning that they're gonna be able to steal better. They're gonna steal better, fake the money better. And I think this whole cashless society is to monitor what you do with your money. So, and in the end, you're right. Are they teaching that in high school? Are they teaching the next generation about the new, if that's what they're doing? Or are they just gonna, it's like, if you already know, if you don't, you don't. Because I don't think a lot of people know about, like, they were talking about Bitcoins. Bitcoins was up around November or December, like 68,000. Now that shit is down to like 34,000. Like, the whole stock thing is weird to me. It's a lot of thieving, and I really don't get it, but I could guess it's a good way if there was somebody teaching the class somewhere where you could go learn it. But like people could learn on YouTube and everything. But I try it. It seems very abstract to me. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, like the stock market is very iffy. Like this, like, but this thing is talking about Ethereum. So they're talking about a specific coin. They're not talking about the whole. To me, how they gonna do? There's different cryptocurrency. So how different cryptocurrency are gonna work with different countries? Like it's weird to me. Like so they would say that that Cardano might be doing this, but if India has a different, like I don't understand how they're gonna unify this. Is there gonna be one main currency for the whole world? So I don't know, but it's funny times coming up, man. That's all I know.
Kevin Carre, what say you?
Well, I have a different perspective, man. In life, we all got to change at some point. Can't keep, using the same technology you're using 10 years ago. Times change. I was looking at it, this whole pandemic was a good time to really, that 1 year off was a really good time because it slowed things down and it put things into perspective. But now what you're seeing is like things just really sped up, man. It's like from 1 year, it feels like 10 years has passed. Technology is changing the game, and you got to keep up. If you don't keep up, you're gonna be left behind.
But bro, why do people say that like you're gonna be left behind? Like it's something, like so other kids, other people in Africa who are not taking, like they're gonna be left behind. Like that's a good. Like I don't understand when people say, "Oh, you better know, or you got to be left behind," bro. What is wrong? What was wrong? What was wrong? And I'm not speaking. I'm just saying in general. What was wrong with the cash system? Like people are acting like technology now. It's like something's. No, bro. The reason they go into a cash system is because they could monitor you.
Well, they monitor us any which way.
So like they're gonna now you can't give money to Goku on the low because they're gonna be like, yo, you just got 500. You just got 10,000 from Kevin. Where's our PC, bro?
Mm-hmm.
So we thinking, oh, it's gonna be better. All right, it's gonna be worse. Now you can't even slide.
Yeah, you see, people were sold on the thought that this decentralized currency meant that there's no government oversight. There's no monitoring. But when Biden came into office, he made it clear, like, yo, we want to see into y'all's accounts. We want to know what's going on. How'd you go suddenly from $300 to having $1,200? So they found their way to monitor. But the point is that even with them monitoring, you still do have to technologize as a people. As a people, you have to keep up with technology. That's how we got in trouble. That's how we ended up with goatskin spares. Goatskin shields and spares versus the Maxim gun. We got out technologized.
Well, I don't believe we got out technologized because I believe somebody spilled the beans. That's the difference, but that's between you and there. So I get what you're saying. We have to. What I'm saying, what I feel is that the society, the cashless society, you're talking about, it's like I was getting on the train. All of a sudden, they got the Omni joint. Have you guys been using that?
Not yet. It's been delayed. I think they give it another year or two till they go through it.
So when I saw that, I was on the train, and I'm like, yo. So now they're gonna control everything, bro. All these things people are thinking technology is gonna make them free. No, it's not.
No.
So my thing is, how you gonna like whose currency is gonna be more important? Like is it like are the Caribbean gonna have that different crypto versus America? Are we gonna do the same thing? Like the crypto in the Caribbean is worth less than the crypto in America? Like I'm just trying to understand how this is all gonna be. But in the end, I just believe that this is not just about money to me.
I think that they moved off. I think America is trying to move away from this whole cash thing, is because the dollar is backed by literally nothing.
Yeah,
it used to be backed by gold.
By the military, actually.
Yeah, by the military. You are right, Kevin. You are right. And
So,
that's
Mr. So,
that's
Mr.
really it.
Untouchable,
Let
what
me
is
let me let me just let me just finish this
the
thought. I think that it used to be back. It used to be backed by gold, but when they moved off of that, now you got to use the force strategy. You got to use the big stick in the world and say, well, you better trade with off of our dollars or else. But that's only going. You only could keep up with that for so long because if China have a big stick too, and other countries getting their own big sticks, you can't intimidate people off of that idea because if you use your big stick, I can use my big stick too. Yeah, you know what I mean? But I would say this is really for people like us who are not necessarily as technology savvy. That's the word I think. You know what I mean? For people like us, invest in things you understand, brother. If you don't understand this business, what's happening right now, invest in things that you understand, top to bottom. If you don't understand it, your money don't go into it. Just as simple as that.
I
my thing I'm gonna
understand
say is
land.
that. Oh, hold up a second, Mitch. What is the crypto gonna be backed by?
Only God knows. Like I say,
Okay, so
my brother Kevin, he understand this technology
but this
well,
is
so it'll be more than likely he could understand the process and profit off of it. That's
It's
his lane. That
it's
is not our lane.
all
That
right.
is until we inform ourselves. That's not our lane.
Yeah, a lot of the cryptos are it's all about utility, what they can utilize it for. Like there's two I invest in. God, it's their I think they were rumored that Amazon looking to use them as a crypto payment. Uh so what it does is it will cut the fees. Like when you pay by a credit card, they charge you an extra fee, right? So when you pay with those cryptos, it'll cut the fee kind of it makes the operation a lot cheaper. But other cryptos have different things. Like you said, Bitcoin is more like the new gold standard now. It's a store of value.
But what I'm saying is, we're talking about the dollar was backed by. What is crypto backed up by? It's just man-made.
If you
Let's
look
stop.
at it, too, the dollar is man-made too.
No, but before the dollar was backed by gold. So what are we saying that the dollar is not backed up by anything? But we all rushing to crypto. What is crypto backed up? Also, do you know that crypto is the machines, the computers that it takes to build cryptocurrency destroys the environment?
All aware of that. Yes, I know about that.
So I'm just saying that we letting these people rush us into crypto, which I guess we haven't. Once the person with the big stick with the money said we're moving this way, we can't do nothing but follow. So I don't know, man. It is what it is.
So
Okay.
there's a little quote I read earlier. I'll read it to you guys. It says, "So what is Bitcoin backed by?" In bold, it says nothing. Sound money like gold isn't backed. Only money that lacks inherent monetary properties must be backed by another money that maintains those properties. So Bitcoin is, I think it was Kare who said it. Bitcoin is becoming like a gold standard now. It just is. Do you understand?
What does that mean? It's becoming a gold standard. I don't understand.
Like forgot you mentioned something about the market being down. Well, the market right now is going through a process called correction. You know. So
right.
I don't understand. What does it mean that it's being the gold standard? I don't understand what does that mean.
Well, what I meant is that it's on the same standard with gold, in terms of gold just is, right? Gold just has inherent properties. So you could use something fictitious like a dollar, right? Because the dollar is just the technology, the man-made thing that's easy to use in exchanges with other men.
So what you're saying is that a dollar could be backed up by crypto. That's what you're saying. Crypto is gold now.
Crypto is gold now.
Wow, this is crazy.
In this digital world, crypto is gold now. Yeah, go ahead.
Erzulism, think about this, right? Remember, we're old enough to talk about this. Remember in the mid to late 90s when people when they were slowly, moving to e-commerce to the internet, right? People were like, "Oh, I'll never buy on Amazon. I'd rather be in the mall and blah 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 blah." This. Look where we are now. More people are just shopping online now than ever before.
No. Let's not just say people are. I mean, it's like you ever saw the movie 300 when they said we're gonna block all these other road and make them go through that small road.
Yeah.
So we're talking about everybody's on Amazon now. All right, let's just say that the whole thing that just happened now with the pandemic that forced everybody to go online. So the whole yes, I understand what you're saying, but let's not just say that we just shifted to online because it was normal. Now you're pushed that way.
I never said we just shifted. I said, look, that was in the mid to late 90s. That was way over 20-something years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it took time. It was a gradual buildup, and who was the gradual build? It was the youth that was going in that direction eventually.
No, I think what ER Zuliism is saying is that people were still shopping in stores. People still shop in stores today. Online shopping as a business model only became exceptionally valuable and more profitable than anything else because we've been locked in our houses for 2 years, and that it wasn't even our choice to start doing it this way, kind of sort of like the cashierless checkouts and self checkouts and all of that.
Okay.
And the thing, hold up, and the thing you just said, Kevin, about the whole if you use crypto to buy on Amazon or on another, it's gonna be cheaper than if you use. You see how they're doing it, but in the end, after everybody have switched to that, it's gonna be right back to what it was before. So let's not just say that. Oh, no, they channeling you to what they want you to do, just like a herd of sheep.
I understand land. I don't understand all this other stuff. So thank you for that advice, Mr. Untouchable. I understand land.
Like I say, Razuli, if you don't understand the technology top to bottom, your money does not need to be directed in that direction, brother. Invest it in something else. You know what I mean? Let the technocrats do what they do as far as that kind of situation. If you don't understand it, leave it alone. Go invest in the creation of some a can of pickles or some shit like that. Yeah, I mean, invest in things that you know.
Yeah, just like he said earlier too, and I said this years ago too with a friend. It's all about the information that you're gonna have. Libraries. Libraries. You think they're gonna have them open up all the time? They're gonna start making excuses. Oh, it costs so much money to run these places. People are gonna always want to look back into the past, and the books are gonna become very valuable. Look at Amazon. Try it. Look up Ivan Van Sertima books. They're very expensive at Amazon.
It's like also like the Easy Pass. People think, oh, the Easy Pass they're monitoring you, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, your GPS. Obviously, they're monitoring you with the Easy Pass.
So I'm saying let's not act like. Well, it is what it is.
Okay, Mr. Untouchable, I give you the last word on this part.
No, I still stand by my position. I feel Azuli, as far as the control element of it, and I understand Kevin's side as well with the decentralization. But I would say with us, within our community, we need to inform ourselves as far as is financial literacy. It's not about how much you earning. It's about how much you keep and how much you could protect. That's where I am with that.
All right. Let's go on to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10 tonight, the last topic for tonight. You know what we'll do? I'll post a topic right now. And what we'll do is we'll do the last station ID break for tonight. Just want to remind everyone that this is a podcast network, and there are other shows that you should be checking out on the network. So right after these messages, we'll be back to discuss Shoot the Breeze topic number 10, do black people drink too much rum? We'll be right back right after these messages.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
All right, what are you going to do? Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. Thank you guys for sticking with us tonight as well. We are at the last prompt for tonight. A little bit of a lighter prompt here. The prompt is, do black people drink too much rum? Let's look and see what the clip is about.
Hey guys, welcome to Tipsy Exclusive, the ultimate guide to making drinks like a pro. You do not need to be a professional bartender to make fancy drinks. You can start making these fancy drinks tonight with what I'm going to show you. In this course, I'm going to teach you basic bartending skills so you can make drinks that taste really great and impress your friends. My name is Sky John. I am the creator and host of Tipsy Bartender. Over the past 10 years, Tipsy Bartender has grown to over 34 million followers worldwide. We've built the largest social media platform in the world when it comes to bartending. We're number one, second to no one. Now, I want to take you behind the scenes and teach you the skills that you need to know to make delicious, fun drinks the way we do. Yes, we do make some wild, crazy drinks on Tipsy Bartender, but at the end of the day, it boils down to understanding the basics. What do I mean by basics? I mean basic skills, basic knowledge, the fundamentals. So whether you're ordering a drink or making a drink, you're throwing a party, okay, or you're walking down the liquor aisle trying to navigate and figure out what the heck is all this stuff, or you're looking for quick tips to up your game. What this course does is it breaks down the intimidating world of alcohol. It gives you the confidence that you need to when you walk into a party and you see this on the table, okay? You don't second guess, you just start mixing because you know what you're doing. There are thousands of fancy cocktails out there that are intimidating to make or even order at a bar. But what I'm gonna do with this course is break down cocktail making into 5 steps that you can use to make any drink. Number 1, ingredients. Liquors versus liqueurs, and how do they come together with the mixers to make the perfect cocktail? Number 2, tools and glasses. How do I use them? Do I even really need them? And what to do if you don't have them? Number 3, ice. Ice matters. It's going to affect the taste and presentation of your drink. We're going to show you the different types of ice and also how to make clear ice. Number 4, mixing. Your techniques, how to measure, how to pour, when to stir, when to shake, because those are different, how to muddle. All the skills you need to bring your cocktail together. Number 5, presentation. This is all about the finishing touches, how to layer, how to garnish. This is the literal cherry on top, bringing your drink to life. Once you have the skills within these 5 steps, you can make any drink, from the classic cocktail to the fun party drink. So what we have here is the classic old-fashioned. And over here, the fun party jalapeno margarita. So we're gonna make multiple drinks in this class, but over the next 12 lessons, we're gonna refer back to these as you watch these drinks come to life step by step. Step 1, ingredients. And that is what we get into in our first lesson. Let's get started.
I know. I always wonder where they get a Bahamian fellow from, but anyway. Yeah, so I feel like personally attacked by this prompt. Because I drink in rum now. But do black people drink too much rum? Let me start with Kevin Curry on this one.
I'm more of a it's gonna be betrayal to the Caribbean, but I'm more of a sake and tequila fan.
Is that right?
Yeah, I like tequila. It puts hair on your chest, man. Puts hair on your chest.
But do we drink too much?
No, that's a stereotype. No, maybe we make it, but we don't drink it like that. We gotta leave.
I don't know. I know where I'm from. People start drinking early in age and early in the day. So that's what I know. Erzuli, what say you?
Yeah, they drink too much. A lot of people drink to try to face the world, to face the reality that we at the bottom of everything we do. So yeah, y'all niggas drink too much. But who am I to tell you not to drink? So I do think we drink too much. It doesn't benefit you, your health wise, and yeah, we drink too much. We health wise is we drink too much. So this guy, I don't even know, like, whatever. But who doesn't drink? Is like, do we drink more than other? Well, I bet if we do a statistic, black people might drink more because we are once you're being oppressed or whatever, you feel the world is against you. You have to find a way to alleviate the
pain, the burden.
Yeah, the pain, the burden. So maybe we do, but we have reasons to though. So, because sometimes, man, when I go through life, when I'm being sober and you facing the whole reality 24/7, it's a sad existence. So I do get it. Though.
Talk about that a little bit more. Talk about that just a little bit more.
Because it's like for example, you're a black man. You know black people. You know that. Let's say you're a black man. You just lose your job. Your woman is threatening you. Your kids. You got a bike thing. Sometimes that little rum, that little what is that little gas, can make you forget for the brief of the moment to look at, like, sometimes people don't want to look at themselves in the mirror. Especially black unemployment for black men is at the highest. So you walk into the house, people look at you a certain way. So that make you take the bottle to forget the reality that you can't look at yourself and be like, oh, I'm a man. You get what I'm saying? So there's a alcoholic, and again, it has an adverse effect. There's different type of drinkers. There's a drinker that just come home and sleep. There's the drinker that's a funny drinker, and then there's the abusive drinker that comes home, beat up mommy, beat up daddy, do this and that commits crime. So yeah, we do drink too much, but I understand sometimes reality is too harsh for, especially, I'm just talking about a black man and black people in general. So I don't, the reality sometimes is too painful. And sometimes we drink to escape or take the gas or whatever. So that's what I mean by the pressures of life and make you drink. Is it good? Go ahead.
BB Rodriguez in the chat says, good evening, Koku in the chat. I missed the prompts. Yeah, you're quite late tonight. She says, tequila and rum, please. Bobby Wright says, I gotta admit, I love spice rum. The pro-black perspective said out loud what I was thinking to myself when Kevin Curry said he's a sake guy. Pro-black perspective is like sake. Bobby Wright says, I'm drinking vodka now. Say what?
You haven't lived till you had sake, man. You haven't lived.
I've had it. I to me it wasn't all that, but that's just me. Matron, what says you?
Okay, I don't think that we drink nearly as much as is stereotyped. And so I definitely don't think that we drink enough based on the reality that we're faced with. And I don't think that we drink enough or as much as they pretend that we drink, because you got to remember, for the past 30 years, going back to St. Ives and Ice Cube, they had to advertise, or Code 45 and Billy D. Williams,
Yeah.
they had to advertise debasing alcohol, rum, beer, and all these different things to us. So I don't think that that's our shit. I think that that's some them stuff.
Interesting. I will say Caribbean culture is kind of centered around drinking, though. You know what I mean? That's
Y'all drink
something.
every day, but I don't mean to cut you off, Coco. And I know this
No,
is.
that's fine. That's fine.
But do you mean to tell me you drinking every day, like every day, all day, or is it like maybe a couple times a week you come home and you're drinking? Because every white cop I know drinks every day, down in 2/3 of liquor. Every military guy I know, black, white, or indifferent, drinks a lot like a fish. You know what I mean? Like every bureaucrat I know drinks like a fish, and those are not like our people. So are you saying Caribbean culture is every day drinking, like half a gallon, a fifth, or whatever every day?
Every day for an individual, probably not. But as a community, at a significant number, I would say every day. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, the reason why I came up with this video is I was drinking rum one night, right? I was drinking rum one night, right? And I was just looking at YouTube videos, and I came across this particular video, and he started making this drink, and he's like he's gonna offer us a course, and how to pour liquor in a cup, right? Mix it with a chaser, put some ice in it, right? He's gonna actually make money off of this. So when I was watching this shit, I was saying to myself, "Am I drinking too much rum?"
A Bahamian scammer teaching people how to make rum.
This seemed like the biggest con in the world. Anyways, and the fact that when your guys mentions sake,
yeah,
I look at that just now. I say, I gotta try that. But I am more of a weekend drinker, and really just really one day. I try to do it maybe one day, but I think for me, my experience has been in the Caribbean. As far as celebrations is concerned, we heavy drinkers, but I really been around. I've been around one real alcoholic who drunk every day, but I think it's because a lot of us work so much, a lot of us can't afford to be drunk on the job, man. I mean, but that's just been my.
Nah, man, you got to go to the plant, like the plant, and even some of these service centers, right? Those people have tumblers full of alcohol, black, white, or indifferent.
Really?
Those people work in the line, those accidents you hear about on the line, usually happen because they're drunk. And this is no cap on anybody and what they go through, but they are day drinking. Mailmen, okay, are drinking on the job. They're drinking and driving, okay?
Really?
Road work, yes. So there's those are bureaucratic type jobs. Those are jobs that have to submit to everything the machine says to get their daily bread. Like, these are people that are locked into the system. And they drink to cope. Cops drink the most afterward. Cops and military drink the most when they are not, on duty or whatever. And just in my experience, and I would say just in the thousands of people I've met throughout life. Just what I've seen and what I know, talking to these people on a day-to-day personal basis. You would be surprised to see how many people that work in those fields say that they need to take 2 or more drinks just to go to sleep at night.
I am not surprised. I personally was at a party one night, and these brothers in the ambulance pulled up. This is a true story. They came out of the ambulance van and they came to the party. They drank a bunch of rum and then went back to work. So I'm thinking, all right, you driving an ambulance with people in the back. So what will happen?
And this was back home, right?
Yeah, this in the States, at least I feel they have like piss tests, where you can blow into the monitors to discover if your blood level is. I don't think we have that here. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's bad. It's bad. But like Matron was saying, I think that high stress jobs really create an atmosphere where people probably tend to try to escape the reality of the situation, like Arzuli was saying,
In the chat, Bobby Wright says, "I'm drinking vodka now." He says it's a bad way of self-medication, and sake is kind of weak. Bibi Rodriguez says, "Matron, yes, you're right. They ruined my vision of Billy D. He went from Lady Sings Blues to Captain Caesarea in Star Wars, to being my local bodega advertiser of Colt 45. And then she laughs. Matron, do you want to say anything to that?
No, I absolutely agree. And again, they introduced it to our children through music because, they had that Sipping on the Scissor, which was like a medical grade cough syrup or something like that. We don't consume alcohol day in and day out like that as a community. We have our variants, we have our outliers, we have our people in bureaucratic jobs, but as a community, nobody on this panel, which is representative of a vast swath of our community, drinks every single day. You may have a day or two to drink this, that, and the other. And as you said, even in the Caribbean community, nobody is getting passed down, knockout drunk every single. I don't think we drink too much. I don't think we drink enough based on what we deal with, because we trying to wake up. Everybody is just like, nope, I'm going to be, this the issue of the day.
Koku.
Yes.
If you want to see drunks, man, I mean, the pandemic is kind of cleaning up a little bit. But before the pandemic, man, that area around West 4th Street, going up to about 14th Street, you see all levels, like starting on Thursday nights. It's all, it ain't our people. It's all them, the Mzungus. Seeing like they're women taking a whiz on the street. I'm like no shame.
Wow, that's crazy.
Vomited and dude, come. Plus it's NYU too, so you got those privileged kids that does the same thing.
It ain't us.
I agree with the Matron in that it's a wonder we really don't drink more.
That's interesting. Do you think we smoke too much weed?
Possibly, yeah. Okay. Because I mean, considering, like, weed smoking is centered around kicking back. That's why I say, like, during Shoot the Breeze, when we go to commercial break or whatever, go and pour your drink or smoke whatever, because it's a kickback type thing. And so if you smoking it all the time, that means you kicking back all the time. That means you ain't doing the work that you need.
Nothing.
You know what I mean? And that's the problem. We try to dull the senses, but I will say, even though I think we probably overdo some of the smoking, at least certain groups of us, I will say though that again, I am shocked that we don't go all out in the dangerous drug use and trying to numb the senses. I'm kind of surprised by that, to be honest.
The funny thing is the barrel makers do more drugs than us.
Because
And
of
they are,
imposter syndrome.
what you said?
Because of their imposter syndrome.
What? I'm lost. But
And Coco, speaking of what you said,
wait, hold on. The matron was laughing and Azulius lost. So let's figure out what's going on here. Matron, what say you?
Just that you're right. They have imposter syndrome. They know they don't belong in the place that they are. And I thought about that scene, where he Pacino, I think, gets up with the cocaine nose from Scarface with the cocaine nose, and he's sitting there with the gun and the money and the drugs, and you know what I'm saying? And when you said they have imposter syndrome, that image popped into my mind, and the fact that they're scared all the time that this can go a whole different way.
Yeah.
That just
put that on a t-shirt, and the dog.
Put that on a t-shirt. Yeah, they have imposter syndrome. They know
it could all end badly.
It could all end bad. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow
it could end bad.
Right? On the plantation, slave plantations, that situation where the master sitting in the big house, that's a very insecure situation because you never know. You could wake up in the middle of the night and get your throat slit. So it's like, I gotta escape the reality of that.
Yeah. A lot of these folks, these European folks, they know that them alone, they ain't about nothing, and they can't really do nothing. So they know that the reason why they could go to work and humiliate some black person at work, they know is because they have a power dynamic above them and around them, insulating them. But they know that they don't really deserve it. They know that they personally didn't really do anything to gain it. And they know that that's the only thing allowing them to walk with their head up a little bit.
Not only that, I believe that the other part of it is our participation.
Yes.
You see, they think that, okay, as long as he participating in this little game we got going, I'm safe.
Mm-hmm.
But tomorrow I could say, you know what, I don't want to play no more.
Yeah.
And then you have a Colin Ferguson. Tomorrow we could say, well, I ain't feel like playing this game no more. F that. Here's what it is.
Yeah, if you know in yourself, within yourself, you're an imposter, you know how scary that thought is? You know how on edge your nerves are gonna be? Yeah, you taking your ass to the bar. This is why young white dudes. I remember this actor, Jason Alexander, who played George Costanza on Seinfeld. He was talking about how he knew Seinfeld was a good show, but he didn't think it would work because the audience, he said, was guys his age at the time, which was 29. Mm-hmm. And he said, and I thought about that for a while, and I realized, he's saying something that's true. White guys out of college, 21, 22 or whatever, to 30, whatever, those guys are beating the bar hard.
Mm-hmm.
They drinking hard when you see any day of the week come. Friday, Saturday, they might go back Sunday. They might pass through Tuesday.
Heavy bad drinkers.
Yeah, heavy drinkers. These guys have to numb that feeling that they have. That if these dudes, if Azulia and Kevin Carrera and them decided tomorrow, you know what, I done with this game now.
I ain't playing no more.
Yeah.
Especially when they're police officers driving into Brooklyn, they outnumbered. Or the only reason is because the people in that area, well, Brooklyn ain't black no more, but in certain areas in New York City, when they driving around, the only reason is that the people in that community decide to play that game and participate. But tomorrow they could say, you know what, we ain't playing that game no more. You ain't driving through here. How about that? That's a very insecure situation to be in.
Yeah, that will have you drinking. Do you know these white folks? are so off the friggin' chain that I forget the term for it, but they have a thing that they do where they go out here sleeping around, kind of daring fate that they get something, that they get HIV or something like that.
It's called slumming?
I don't think that's a term I knew, but that's a good term to use, slumming, right? So you could be walking on the street sometime and a white woman will run you down and say, I just want to tell you you're gorgeous, right? You know that white broad is slumming. You know what I mean? Because why? They're doing all this wild stuff. Like back in the days, and still they used to do these 8-ball drugs and stuff like that to see how close they could get to death. In fact, there was a movie about it too. I can't remember the name now, but my boy from 24 was in that movie where they was just doing these drugs and just trying to get to the brink of death and come back. Why would anybody really do that? Why would anyone in a secure place do some shit like that?
Yo, I remember the guy. I don't know if he was a Caucasian person or Asian. He had that show on Channel 9 talking about Fury. What was it? And then he died by hanging himself.
Oh, David Carradine, Kung Fu.
Yeah, while he was jerking off. Like, what? What kind of sick? Yo. This man was trying to asphyxiate himself while he was masturbating.
That's insane.
I'm like,
but no, some people like choke while you're having sex with them.
Oh, I don't need that in my life. No choking for me. I'm good on that. I'm just saying, who does that? Where does that mentality? Like Gogo was saying, like, why would you hang yourself from the ceiling? Nobody's at your house
to get off.
Like you didn't. Oh my goodness. So I get it. There's like a weird behavior. Maybe that's why.
Listen, I have a theory that we are not truly the minority that they say we are, but they just keep publishing and producing numbers, and those of us that get out go into corporate America where they dominate the marketplace. But that's a whole nother conversation. We don't have a problem with rum, marijuana, or anything. They have problems with all these things.
That's interesting.
Oh, I want to add this too. Now you're starting to see a lot of those white drug addicts come into our community now. Like when I'm going to Jamaica and Queens, there's a whole bunch of them just hanging out on Jamaica Avenue near Sutton Boulevard.
I agree, Kevin. Continue.
Yeah, but the one thing I want to address something you said earlier about their inferiority imposter syndrome. Look what that governor of Florida just did. He signed a bill talking about you can't make white people feel guilty.
Oh yeah, I saw that headline.
What's the bill? Explain the bill.
What it is that they don't want to hear about their history. You can't throw their history in their faces.
Like CRT and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, but that's American history though.
No, it's called critical race theory.
So they don't talk about slavery no more.
I saw a meme that said the only reason they don't want to show you the pictures of white men lynching black men is because now they're demanding that your children marry their children so that they can go on. So that just goes with my whole thing about genetic continuance. So y'all know.
And here's another question, guys.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Bobby Wright just said it in the chat. He said they call it thrill sex, and I think they also call it thriller, like the Walking Dead type thing. Yes, that's it.
Shut up, Goku. They call it thrill.
Yes, I think I think I remember being called thriller.
Yeah, put a whole new light on that Michael Jackson video.
So what the trail is? You just drive down the road and then say
the trail is you out here sleeping around, hoping or daring fate that you'll catch HIV or get AIDS.
Wow. But hold up. Goku, you said something. I remember this black couple, the light-skinned man with locks and a woman. He was into the swinger stuff. He said, yo, he doesn't have sex with a condom, but he says the reason you're catching AIDS is because you're afraid, your fear, and you put it. So don't just say it's them. I saw. I don't know if you remember that couple. They was on a couple of TV shows too. He was talking about. He was talking about like if you think you're gonna catch something, the fear on you're gonna catch it. So maybe there's something to that thrill thing anyway. But I'd rather be not me. Not me.
I guess if they don't play Russian roulette with their penis, you know what I mean? How about it? That's Russian roulette.
Yeah. But the point, yeah, I mean they could absolutely have it if they want it. But the point is that, you know, a lot of that shit comes from they know within themselves they're not really worthy. They shouldn't really be here. You know, half of them in the States and stuff like that. They're not like their ancestors. They don't have that. They're brutal, but it's a different type of brutal. It's a lobber missile from 2 miles away and bank hard left and fly out type. Type of, you know what I mean?
Press a button.
Yeah, but they do. But they do a lot of thrill seeking behavior though.
Yeah,
like,
climbing mountains and jumping off of shit and all that.
Yeah, like I see them doing the mountain climbing. Like a mountain is like straight vertical, and I'm like, what? What?
No rope.
no rope. And I'm like, wow.
How about it, bro? Go fight a bear. Go fight a bear.
My thrill is driving down Brooklyn at night and seeing the headlights of a police officer, and I'm trying to be like, yo, am I going to die or not? Like, what's going on?
That's what I call a thriller. Getting over them, getting accosted by the police officers.
You know what I'm saying? Or going through Brownsville at night with a gold chain. That's a thriller for me.
That's a thriller. Yeah, that's a thriller. That's a thriller.
So, but I don't understand why these people be jumping out the helicopters. Like they do a lot of. I'm always trying to understand that. What is that? What do they call it? They call it something.
Thrill seeking behavior.
No. What
adrenaline junkie?
Yeah. What you just said, Matron?
Adrenaline junkie?
Yeah, like, yo, I ain't gonna lie. I went hiking with a couple of my non-black friends. I almost died, bro. I was scared to death. And so you should see them just going. I'm like, what?
Did you tell your non-black friends some of your political views?
Did you tell black people that you were out with non-black people?
No. There's a difference though. In the middle of these people, there was other black people with me. I didn't just go solo. Talk about, oh, here we go, me and these. No, it was a bunch of a couple of us and a couple of them. But yo, my political views, I cannot hide it.
Hey, Erzuli, please do not go into the wilderness with white folks by yourself alone, brother.
Bro. No. There's a difference between wilderness.
They can make you run in the woods, and then they can chase you.
No. There's a difference between wilderness in New York City and wilderness in somewhere down there. I'm not gonna do what my Jamaican brother did. Talk about I'm going hunting. Hunting for what?
you.
Yo, let me tell you. So this joke, I had a friend for his birthday. You know when you do paintball, so he lives in Connecticut, no, in Pennsylvania. So we go down there, but a couple of black people. We're gonna play paintball. I get there, you rent the paintball. Yo, when I get there, Caucasian people, they don't rent that paintball. They got guns equipped with paintball. Yo, they had grenade paintball. So I'm looking. So me and my friends were like, damn, they're really ready for this. I kid you not. So they do team versus team. A couple of the white kids, the small ones, they looked at us. You know what they said? We want them. Yo,
easy kills.
Yo, Goku, easy kill. Because the little white kids, they do that all the time. They got they got grenades, they got shotgun, they got I'm over here just to have fun. They took this shit seriously.
See, I tell people, I did a whole show about this a while back. And in fact, on the Discord, And you guys could join the Discord by clicking the link at the top of the chat and down in the description. But on the Discord in the BM library, I have a book in there about paintball strategy. You see a lot of black folks don't understand stuff. These games teach you warfare.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What do you think chess is? Chess is a warfare strategy game.
Strategy.
You understand? All that paintball shit when they go out in these obstacle courses with all this different stuff, they're going over strategy. How to corner people, how to flank them.
And even the games that we play with, well, I don't play them kind of games with Nintendo or PS2, all them kind of things.
Yeah.
They show you how to kill.
Call of Duty and all that.
Call of Duty with even the blood coming out and that. They get you used to the act of killing. So when you actually do it, it becomes almost like a video game, you know?
And now with this metaverse, it's gonna make things even worse.
Yo, I'm telling the little white kids who looked at me and my boys and it's like, this is lunch right here. We got this. Like, dang. And they were really well prepared. What the kids, I guess they were maybe between the age of 8 and 15.
Well, their fathers take them hunting, bro. You know what I mean? They know about hunting.
I'm telling you. They straight up take them to the range.
Take them to the range, you know.
I'm telling you, I've seen 7, 8-year-old girls, white girls, in the range with their daddy, but daddy stand behind them and hold the gun just to prevent the kickback from taking their head off. I know those kids are out there shooting guns.
But black people are here advocating to come back, take the guns away. Most retarded. Yo, they deserve everything. Shit.
That's a part of nation building, is creating your own ability to defend your nation. And we try to stay off of that and put it into the hands of someone else, believing that they can defend us. No. That's a part of nationhood, learning to defend yourself, even if it means down to the women and children. So I think that we need to get that within our own consciousness, how to defend ourselves against people who would come into our community and abuse us. Defense, man, that's a natural thing. You know, you fight to exist. Exist. To exist, you must resist. To exist, you must resist. You know.
Bibi Rodriguez said earlier in the chat, true, I sip only at family parties and we have hundreds of unopened wines we don't drink. She says, Coco facts on white inferiority complex. Bibi Rodriguez also says, this explains new numbers of AIDS, HIV, I guess she's referring to. Bobby Wright said it's called thrill sex. BB says louder. It's about strategy. Yeah, the whole paintball thing, those dudes about strategy, which is why years ago, when I first started the podcast, I talked about, we supposed to be creating little paintball groups, factions, and going out there with people in, alternating in leadership roles every week on how to command some troops, how to secure a flag or whatever it is they do, whatever the objective is, how to get kill shots. Now, because people will think, well, it's just fake guns and all that stuff. No, but it's the muscle memory of it all. You know, so you guys go on the Discord, grab that book, right? I forget the title of it now, but it's not hard to find. It's a paintball book. Go and grab it now and try to work that out in your communities. You know, get you a good 12-on-12 or something like that and go out there and get, alternate leadership. So at least if some shit go down, maybe you don't have the guns, but if you could secure some, you'll at least have the strategy on how to protect yourselves. Bobby Wright in the chat says, Ozuli, remember that brother who almost got lynched hanging out with his white friends a couple of years ago? Ozuli, do you remember that?
Yo, probably, like, we hear a bunch of stories, but one thing I'm gonna say, I got hit a couple of times with them paintball. I was like, I'm out. You crazy? That shit hurts.
That's the problem. That's the problem. Hey, before we go, let me ask you guys a question. Did y'all see this? Did y'all see this recent killing of an unarmed black man in his apartment? Like, he's literally wrapped up in the blankets. The cops enter the home with a key, and I mean, like 2 seconds upon entering, you hear one cop saying something like, "Get on the ground." Another cop saying, "Stand up." And another thing is the bullets hitting this guy. Did any of you guys peep that?
When I saw something like that, did it just happen like a day ago or today?
Yeah,
or something?
like yesterday.
In Missouri?
I don't know where it was.
It was a mirror. He was wrapped up in a blanket. I think he was 22 or 23 years old.
Right.
They had secured both kinds of warrants, a knock warrant and a no knock warrant, so they say. And if you saw the press conference after, as people started asking them questions, the mayor and the acting chief of police, they both walked out, and then a few activists in the area made some local speeches.
Is that right?
First of all, why was he wrapped up in the blanket? What was he doing?
He was sleeping. It was the middle of the night. But they had got the key to the place where he was, and they were actually serving out a warrant for some other city.
Oh, so was the warrant for him?
I haven't gotten to the crux of those details because, again, the press conference that I saw, the female white chief of police and the mayor, who was a white male, walked out.
I mean, this thing is gonna keep happening. Like, I don't. Coco, do you know more about it? Why was it the warrant for him, or was he like?
No, I don't know because I saw the story late last night. I'm trying to find a tweet with it. I think Benjamin Crump is already.
Oh my God, this
involved. So that's an L. That's another L.
This
there.
This Michelin tire looking I'm trying to understand why. So there was a warrant for him, so they killed him, and then didn't find any weapons there.
Well, BB Rodriguez is saying that there was a gun. And I think I did. I'm sorry, Matron. I think I did hear someone say something like, "Well, he has a right to have a gun. He's in his house, right? He has a right to sleep with his gun. What's the problem?" So, Matron, what say you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, they say that he did have a gun, but he was dead within 10 minutes of them entering the apartment. Like you said, they gave him confusing orders, and then they panic shot him. Okay, and the first story that came out, the activists were complaining because the way that it was presented in the press is that they showed the gun that he had, which actually isn't that visible in the 15-second video that we see.
Okay, so let me see if
BB Rodriguez just said it wasn't for him. Was it the gun was not for him, or was it the warrant not for him?
So I'm not sure. Can you guys see this on the screen? I guess you can. BB Rodriguez is saying that the warrant wasn't for him. So let me just show this from Crump. He says, as hashtag Breonna Taylor showed us, no-knock warrants have deadly consequences for innocent law-abiding black people. Minneapolis PD executed a no-knock warrant yesterday at 6:48 a.m., killing a male lock while he was wrapped in a blanket on the couch. Now we demand justice for a male lock. So I'm going to play the video. Let me see if I could pause this thing. Yeah. So I'm going to play the video for you guys, and we could talk about it after. Yeah. You can see the gun. The gun was not in his hand.
That's why I don't feel bad for them 2 pigs that got killed here in New York City. This is why I don't feel bad for them. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hold up. So in Missouri, don't you have the right to have a gun anyway?
Minneapolis.
It's Minneapolis. Yeah, they have the Second Amendment right to carry.
So you can't use that against this young man. And BB Rodriguez just said that the warrant wasn't for him. So this is crazy. And you know what they did? You know how it is to be waking up while you're in deep sleep?
Exactly.
You're very disoriented.
Exactly.
With the light flashing in your face.
With lights in your face?
Them giving conflicting, and that's always, even though that's always the case.
Always the case.
Conflicting orders.
Yep, always the case. Stand up. Get down.
To me, that looked like state-sponsored murder. And really and truly, what if someone else is inside there? If I'm standing up somewhere and I just hear someone like just open the door, there's something called fight or flight.
Yeah.
Some people run away. Some people address the situation immediately. And if I don't know who you are, my natural reaction may be to fight you. So you blow my head off and for a warrant that you really may not even have for me. You know what I mean? I feel like that's state-sponsored murder. That no-knock warrant nonsense where someone I didn't give permission to have a key for is able to access my private. I feel like it's a violation of my constitutional rights too. They need to get the hell out of here with that, man. That is state-sponsored murder. What I was looking at.
And yet these unions, we have the most dangerous jobs in the world. No, this is you keep doing. Why does people hate us so much? You keep getting caught on video doing your dumb shit.
BB Rodriguez says alt leadership. Very good point, Koku. So going to the range for target practice every 2 weeks is not good enough. Yeah, you have to alternate, give people opportunities to run the drills, to be in the captain's seat. Yeah, she says, Koku, sir, he had a weapon visibly under the comforter. You see, BB, I have a problem with your statement there too. That's the common thing. Whenever a black man is gunned down, the common thing was, he had a knife in his, between his big toe and the second toe. There was a gun, so it's justified instantly that he was killed. No, if you look at what's going on and using common sense, this man was laying down, possibly sleeping. In fact, likely sleeping from how he got up there. To have lights in his face, people sneaking in his crib. You don't know if he had a kid inside that place, inside the bedroom. His lady or something was in the bedroom. You don't know what's going on. His mom might have been there. And he gets up there, right? And he has a right to have a weapon because he's in a state where you can carry out your Second Amendment right. These guys bust in on some tippy toe shit, which is so weak anyway. This is why I say they're not their ancestors, right? On some tippy toe shit, they came up in there, gave conflicting orders, which is a common thing to do. By this point, I think that's staged, right? To confuse you further and justify your killing. Now, we're not going to just immediately say this black man was guilty because he had a gun. He's in a place where he can have his gun.
Who gave him the key? That's the one thing I'm wondering about. Who gave them the key?
It's a damn super. Huh?
Okay.
Kari, what did you say?
No, so probably you said the same thing, but probably management.
Yeah.
Right, because when they get those no-knock warrants, the owner of the property has to give them the access to your unit. So whether you live anything that you don't own outright and you have a right to maintain your own independent blocks to, the state can approach the owner of your property with a warrant and demand that they gain access to your property if they have a no-knock warrant.
Suppose it's your property, would they still be able to do something like that?
No, if it's your property, they then reserve the right to tear down your door.
Wow. Okay. Wow, that's crazy.
So in the chat, Bobby E. Wright just reminded me. Bobby E. Wright had hit me up on Instagram about this Moise Kabagandi. I'm probably butchering the name. So let me just quickly touch on this story as well.
A brutal murder of the...
Hold on. Let me touch on this story as well. I know we're in overtime right now, guys, but I promise you we won't be going beyond midnight. But Bobby Wright did share this with me earlier this week. I forgot to put it down as a shoot the breeze topic because we kind of backed up with topics. So I'm going to play this video and then we'll talk about it real quick and then we'll get out of here.
Moise Kabagambe has mobilized the public opinion in Brazil over the past few days. Moise was killed in a well-off neighborhood in Rio de Janeiro in a beach kiosk on January 24th. Shocking CCTV footage shows Moise being beaten up to death by 5 people for 15 minutes. He had his hands and feet tied up and kept being assaulted even when he lost his consciousness. The case has fueled widespread condemnation and sparked a debate about racism and how immigrants are treated in Brazil. I'm Camila Veras Mota, reporter at BBC News Brazil, and in this video I share with you what it's known so far about the crime and its repercussions inside and outside Brazil. But we begin with Moise's life story. According to accounts by relatives, he arrived in Brazil in 2011 at only 14 years of age with 3 brothers, fleeing the armed conflict in his motherland, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Upon their arrival, they were assisted by a charity called Caritas, who's been close to the family ever since. His mother arrived in 2014, and after more than 10 years in Brazil, Moise was fluent in Portuguese, the local language. He loved football, the national sport, and liked to spend his time off in a park close to his home, in the outskirts of northern Rio, where part of the Congolese community gathers. We'll talk about the situation of the Congolese immigrants in Rio a bit down the line, but first, just a quick context about the conditions that pushed Moise and his family to Brazil. For more than 2 decades now, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC, has been going through a conflict that has taken more than 6 million lives and forced more than 1 million people to become refugees, according to figures from the United Nations. The number is relatively small, but the Congolese are the 3rd largest group of asylum seekers here. Until 2020, around 57,000 refugees lived in Brazil. The vast majority, 46,000, come from neighboring Venezuela. Then there are the Syrians and the Congolese, as reported by the official statistics. According to the accounts by relatives, Moise went to the beach kiosk on the night of January 24th to demand overdue payments. He had worked there for 2 days and hadn't been paid, they say. At one point, some of the employees start arguing with him. Then he gets assaulted, as the image that traveled Brazil and the world have shown. The massive repercussion, by the way, and the pressure from the public opinion that followed have been pointed out as one of the factors that helped speed up the investigation process. Those who argue that the probe had a late start, for example, highlight that the kiosk's owner was asked to speak to the police only 72 hours after the murder happened. A few days ago, 3 suspects were arrested. After the case broke, social media was taken by messages demanding justice for Moise. Football players, artists, social movement leaders, and Brazilians from all over the country asked the circumstances on which the crime happened to be clarified and that those responsible be held accountable. Relatives and friends from Moise held a protest, and other public demonstrations are being organized. The probe is still ongoing, and at least at the moment, there's no official version explaining what happened. The case is being investigated under secrecy, by the way. Moise's death, a black man, an immigrant resident of a poor neighborhood in Rio, feeds the discussion about racism and xenophobia in Brazil. In a public statement, International Amnesty has called the case a violation of the human right to life and to human dignity. It also said that the murder reproduces a systematic pattern of violence perpetrated against refugees and Black people in Brazil. One of Brazil's Supreme Court justices said the episode raises concerns about the risk of intolerance, racism, and xenophobia in Brazil, and that it needs to spark a discussion about migrant integration policies. Maria Carvalho Dantas, a Brazilian congresswoman in Spain, has spoken in a very asserting way about it at the Spanish Congress.
Moisés encontró la muerte en el país en que su madre eligió para buscar refugio, vivir y criar a sus hijos, pero se encontraron con el racismo institucional, con una sociedad violentísima marcada por siglos de dominación esclavista, que continúa hasta hoy en forma de genocidio negro, indígena, gitano, LGTBI, migrante.
In an interview to BBC Brazil, the Congolese Baslele Malo Malo from the University for International Integration of the Afro-Brazilian Lusophony said that many people that come from the DRC to Brazil experiment racism in different shapes and forms, including in the labor market. He points out that many of the Congolese in Brazil are qualified workers. Some have a university degree, and yet the vast majority struggles to find work. The lack of opportunities and the economic hardships pushes the vast majority of Congolese migrants to favelas, shantytowns, according to social worker Aline Tule from the charity Caritas in Rio de Janeiro. She spoke with one of my colleagues and told him that many business owners take advantage of refugees because they think they're not entitled to the same basic rights as Brazilians and are not familiar with the legislation. Others see them as some kind of underdog who needs work and pay them way less than what the job is actually worth. It's exploitation disguised as humanitarian aid, she says. For now, Brazilians are waiting to hear about the conclusions of the investigations. Moise's mother said in an interview she decided to leave Brazil, but not until her son gets the justice he deserves. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Bibi Rodriguez, are you from Brazil, I think? What do you say to this story? Bibi says it's interesting that continental Africans are seeking asylum outside Africa when they have 54 countries. That is interesting. That Bibi actually makes a good point there. That is kind of interesting. You know, why aren't you going to a neighboring country? Matron, what say you to this?
So I've seen a lot of tweets and a lot of information about the fact that Africans they get educated and they age out of the economy there like really early, like before they're 30, and then they try to make their way across the ocean to find opportunity in other places. I think this is a tragedy, and I think that we have to look at the fact that maybe he was seeking asylum, but more likely he was also seeking economic opportunity, like a new start, an opportunity to, you know, build himself up, he and his mom and their family. I think it's ridiculous that they could not find opportunity in Africa, but just like we deal with closed markets here, I think they deal with closed markets there.
Yeah. Yeah. Kevin Cartwright, what say you?
May this brother rest in peace, man. That's crazy that Brazil, like, I think now the majority of Brazil is black, but yet still under the foot of the white man.
Bibi Rodriguez in the chat says Africa needs to get it together. I can't disagree with that at all. Razulism, you just came back. What say you to this whole story?
I mean, this shows you the mentality of a group of people that you owe somebody money, they come ask you for the money and you beat them to death. And again, it's like nobody's coming for us. None of these African countries are going to put any effort, pressure on these on Brazil. Or Brazil is very racist. No matter how they want to take over, it's a melting pot. Yo, it's very racist over there. So the issue is that what we're gonna do? What we're gonna do? Which African country is gonna step up and gonna say something? Nobody. You're just gonna do little things. So this guy, like, how?
Yeah, the Congo should be the Congolese government should be up in arms and really representing on this brother's behalf, to be frank. You know,
You know what the funny thing is? All these people that are benefiting from the natural resources from Congo, why are you not speaking up? So it's like, this is a terrible thing, man. Like, so now you just lost a family member, you lost a brother, father. This is crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's the same thing when with the whole Dominican and the Haitian thing. They kill all these Haitians. Nobody's there to fight. Even your own country is not fighting for you. When the president had said, "Oh, Haiti's a shithole," and which country stood with us and said, "Nah"? So we are the. That's not even that's not even an L. Like, this is generational L's upon L. Like, how somebody come to ask you you owe them money, and you kill them. Jesus Christ, that's crazy.
BB Rodriguez says in the chat, louder, Africa will stay mute. This Untouchable, seeing this story, what comes to mind?
Well, first, let me say there are more Africans on the continent. When they do migrate, they migrate to more African countries than they do in the West. Why? Because it's not as affordable. I mean, it's more affordable to cross borders into different African countries as opposed to coming all the way to the West. Usually Africans on the continent don't have the monies to do that. So that's not true that they come to the West more. But another thing I wanted to say is the reason why the Bahamas don't stand up when the president of the United States, that president of the United States, talks crap is sometimes you don't necessarily always have to get on a public forum to show your support, love, and respect. We've been doing it indeed through our actions. We've been doing it after the hurricane.
Yeah. Did you? I didn't post this on there. There was a big news that just happened that the Bahamian want to fight Haitians, kicking them out of there. Let's not say this, Mr. Untouchable. I have the article. I just didn't give it to Koku. That just came out yesterday or 2 days ago.
But Erzuli, listen to me, brother. Listen to me. As a person who live in the Bahamas, listen to me, bro. Haitians have been coming here to the Bahamas for decades, bro. Decades. Okay? When they come to the Bahamas through the Bahamian tax dollars, we facilitate the Haitians having hospitalization, free schools, education, all manner of things our tax dollars go to. Not only that, when we do send them back to Haiti, we send them back with money in their pockets. These kinds of discussions are not talked about. The relationship that exists in the Bahamas as far as Haiti goes is that sometimes when Haitians come here, they come here as uninvited guests. If you had an uninvited guest in your home, right? Uninvited guest in your home, and you've been paying for him for decades, of course you would be upset about that. And then the international community sticks a microphone in a regular Bahamian face. And then the Bahamian who really don't understand international politics, the international politics of your country, of course they're going to take a different kind of offensive view because they don't really know any better. But the reality is that the Bahamian government has been supporting Haitians, whether they was legal into our country or not legal in our country, for decades, bro. This is the reality. In fact, there are some Bahamians who are upset at the fact that we have access to hospitals. The Haitians have access to the hospitals. Sometimes Bahamians can't get into beds into the hospitals because many Haitians occupy these beds, bro.
That's a fact.
This has been happening. This has been happening for today. This has been happening for decades. So
what you saying that because some Haitian, just like if you come to America, some Americans might not be able to get the bed because they got immigrants sticking the beds. I don't understand, but you know what? Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. But you're right. At the end of the day, the Haitian government ain't shit. I'm not blaming you. I just said this by this. At the end of the day, you're supposed to take care of your own people.
Yes, I agree.
At the end of the day, so I
Yes.
get what you're saying, and I get the frustration too sometimes.
Yes,
But
yes, yes.
At
But
the end of
that's
the day,
what.
I'm not. Go ahead, bro.
No, people, when people say that the Bahamians them have a particular xenophobic view of Haitians, they don't tell that side of the story, and that's sometimes that's unfortunate because the world does not see that. Because listen, like I say, if you've been taking care of uninvited guests into your situation for decades and they continue to come, they don't stop coming, that the relationship ain't even reciprocated. It ain't even reciprocated, it's just a one-way relationship. And then people stick a microphone into a lowly citizen's mouth. What is he gonna say? He don't know any better. But I just think that that's a needed discussion. But we don't hate Haiti. We love Haitians. Haitians been in our society for many years. There are many Bahamians during the regime of Papa Doc who went to schools in Haiti when Haiti was actually functioning and up and running. This is a fact. You know what I mean? We always had relationships with Haiti. It's just the relationship became tenuous because understand our population is 400,000. Your population is 8 million. If 5% of Haiti decides to leave, which they are leaving, many Haitians leave. If they was to come to the shores of the Bahamas, the Bahamas would change completely, and we don't have the resources to maintain that. So when you see the frustration, that's the frustration you hear. It's not out of the lack of love or whatever. It's just the frustration, the fact that our resources are limited to the hilt. That's all it is, bro.
Yeah, I grew up next to a high school a primary school, what they call elementary school back home. And I didn't know this for a long time growing up, but that school is named after a Haitian guy, Stephen Dillett. And, there's a long history with Haitians and Bahamians exchanging students, especially down in the more southerly islands of the Bahamas, where Haitians building monasteries and Bahamians going over to Haiti and all that kind of stuff. So there's a long, very positive relationship there. What does happen, though, Mr. Untouchable said it very nicely. You go to some low-energy Bahamian and you ask them, what's the relationship like? They go use words, simple words that have deeper meanings. They'll say things like, well, we don't like them because, and it's not really a don't like thing. My experience with the Haitian population that used to come in the 80s and 90s is that it was a huge cultural difference. It was a cultural difference. And Zuli, you know this too, when we were in college even in the 90s. To this day, I think the Caribbean students have a club different from Haitian students. There's a difference. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know why it is, but there's a cultural difference.
I'm gonna say this: the reason why Haitian at the college level that we have our own club, because Haitian people were never accepted by in America by the English speaking Caribbeans. And I say this because I've experienced it personally, and not just me. If you go to a party in America, they big up Jamaica, they big up this, they big up that. They never big up Haiti. So a lot of people say, oh, how come you have your own Haitian? Because you know why? We were forced to. You didn't like us. So we had to make our own club. It's not because we wanted to. So, and I speak to this to some people too. They're like, oh, why do Haitians? No, because when I came here from 1990 to 97, when I became a man where people can hit me and bully me, the English Caribbean stayed trying to play Haitians. So,
you know what, Zuli, you know where that comes from, bro? You know where that comes from? It's not the fact that we personally hate you all personally. It's just a lot of us think like our masters. See, the English had beef with the French. Always had beef with the French. So they inculcate their subjects with the same sentiment. So we carry the same ridiculous sentiment of our so-called slave masters. And that's an unfortunate thing because I've continuously dealt with Haitians throughout my life. This is a reality. You know what I mean? When Haitians come here, I teach them about the Bahamian Constitution, their rights on adults. I teach adults these things, their rights under the Bahamian Constitution, and how they could be afforded certain things within this, how to exist comfortably in the society. On a personal level, after earthquake, I've sent thousands of dollars to Haiti for help. You know, I don't have no beef with Haitians. I see them as me personally. It's been my personal experience that I personally believe that the Haitians are the most friendliest people in the Caribbean. This is a fact. This is what I believe. This has been my experience. Other Bahamians don't feel that way, maybe, but this has been my experience, and I can speak to what I have experienced and encountered. But like I say, bro, it's just we are as a nation in this country and many countries in the Caribbean, we are Afrophobic. And Haiti being the most Africanized country in the Caribbean, of course, I believe you all will receive that vitriol. You all are the most Africanized country, I believe, and unapologetically so.
I'm just saying that a lot of people like it's Coco asked that question, but I've experienced that people be like, they think, oh, Haitian people think they're elitists, or we don't want to mesh with you. Especially, I'm not talking about the Caribbean. I'm talking about when you come to America. But what a lot of Caribbean people don't understand that growing up, my parents don't even understand that. When I went to school, from 5th grade to almost when I hit your junior in high school, it was a horrible experience. Americans used to shit on us. The English Caribbean used to shit on us. The Hispanics used to shit on us. So as a kid growing up in America, a Haitian boy growing up from 1990 to from 89 to like 98, 2000, until Wycliffe came and alleviated a little bit of that, it was horrible. So when we go to college and you see that they might have the Haitian club over here and then the Caribbean club is over here, it's not because like, oh, we're trying to say what this and that. It's because of years of y'all didn't want to deal with us, so we deal with each other. That's what that was. And no matter how I'm trying to explain it to a lot of English Caribbean, they're like, well, it's not the same now. Now it's not the same. Now it's a little bit different. I remember one time somebody used to say, yo, if somebody tells an English Caribbean person, oh, you Haitian, they used to feel like that was the most disrespectful thing you could ever say to them.
Because they don't know Haitians' history or past. They have no idea. We in the Caribbean have been taught against ourselves. Do you understand what that means? That means that we have no value, bro. You know what I mean? And for you to say that we are the most, well, you are like a Haitian, that's basically like saying you was an African. You're a black person, real black person. To a person who brain or African centeredness have been removed from their brains, that's the worst thing you could say to them. They don't know. We've been programmed like that, bro. That's all through the Caribbean. Not only us, everywhere in the Caribbean, even in the French Caribbean as well, I might add. So all of us have that poison in us, and all of us have to get that poison out of us. That's just what it is, bro.
Matron, what say you? The final words. Say we're about to close this down in 3 minutes. Final words, Matron.
We sick, boss. The anti-African sentiment is because we all received an education from the people that colonized us. Yep. And they hate Haiti the most because Haiti said no. And every African all over the planet is weaponized against Haiti. So the most African person you can connect with, right, is always the one you try to push to the bottom because you keep eating his education. Stop eating his education. It will keep you sick. Ezel, you know I love you and I love everybody on this panel. Y'all are my brothers. Quit playing.
Kevin Conrad, what's your last words? Just a few seconds.
Black first. Let's stop the damn diaspora war.
Absolutely. Erzuli, last word, just a few seconds.
Yo, it's all unity at all costs, man. I don't want to sound like I was mad. I was trying to explain it to Coco, but above all, we're all the same, man. Yeah. We're all the same, bro.
Yeah. No anger from me.
No anger from me either. It needed to be stated. Azuli, I'm glad you opened the subject. It needed to be talked about and addressed. So I appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate it's all love, man. It's all love, bro.
It's on next week's Shoot the Breeze, I think. I did copy it, but it's for next week, I think. So we'll have a chance to talk about it next week, perhaps. BB Rodriguez says, Matron, very thumbs up, close out. So with that, Mr. Untouchable, you have any last words? You got 3 seconds.
Yes. Everyone have a good weekend, and be safe.
All right. You guys, thank you for joining us tonight. You guys on the panel, Kevin Carre, Mr. Untouchable, the Revolutionary Matron, Urzuli. Much love to you guys for coming through tonight. You guys in the chat, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Janelle, Coach Pete, KW Don 7, Bobby E. Wright, Bobby Rodriguez, the other person who put me on who said I made the list. I can't remember the name right now. But Keenan Thomas, shout out to you too. And if I missed anyone, I apologize. But we'll be back again for Shoot the Breeze next week. I'll be doing my show. I should be doing my regular show this Tuesday and Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you guys tune in. Anyway, until next time, you guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.